and the Media Center at 2900 Mink Point Boulevard. This is hybrid video conferencing. We have a quorum. We have 7 members present, and we have 1 online, Ms. Frazier. I'm required by state or by a board approval to read the following comments at the start of each school board meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker on Beaufort County School District and school-related topics. Citizens wishing to participate in public comments can do so in person or via phone. There's one 30-minute session near the beginning of the meeting, limited to topics on the board meeting agenda. Requests to participate in public comments via phone will be accepted electronically. You can find the Beaufort County Board of Education public comment form on our website at www.beaufortschools.net. About Us, Board of Ed, PUB, publication. Public comments. Please sign up using the public comment form 24 hours from the day of the meeting. Requesters will subsequently receive a phone call during their respective public forum time and should be ready to speak. Citizens desiring to participate in person must fill out a public comment card that can be obtained from the board clerk upon arrival. Madam Secretary, would you inform the board or make a motion to go into executive session?
Certainly will. Okay, thank you, Chairman. I move that the Board of let's start over. I move that the Board of Education enter an executive session for the following reasons. Discussion of information relating to security plans pursuant to South Carolina Code Annotated Section 30-4-20C and 30-4-70A3.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments? Hearing none. All those here, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And Ms. Frazier?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried.
Aye.
Okay, and that's Elizabeth. I got you. All right, thank you very much. Motion carries. Now go into executive session. I'd like to call the board meeting back in order. Madam Secretary, are there any motions regarding matters discussed in executive session?
Yes, Chairman, we have one motion coming out of executive session. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 101 with Thompson Turner Construction Incorporated for the Whale Branch Early College High School Safety Security Scope based on the guaranteed maximum price proposal of $905,370.
Seconded by Mr. Small. Any discussion? Mr. Smith?
In terms of this in terms of this purchase, I don't like how it's packaged. My colleagues brought up some things in executive session to me that stick out and that do concern me. And I want to put on the record that I would like this to be packaged better and in a more timely fashion. But today, just for the safety and security of it, I will support it. But we need to figure out another way how to get this done. So I mean, I just want to put it on record publicly that I don't like how it's packaged, and I'm not fully in support of it. But because of the intention of the need of it, I'm going to support it at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments? Call for the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Ms. Hay?
Hay, aye.
Motion carries. Ms. Frazier, yes. Ms. Frazier?
Yes. Frazier, aye.
Thank you, ma'am. Right. Next item is the approval of the agenda. And so moved by Mr. Nay, seconded by Mr. Dallas. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Online, Ms. Frazier
Frazier, aye.
and Ms. Hay.
Hay, aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. Now, please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence. Flag. A moment of silence is with great sadness that we will be having a moment of silence for our colleague who unexpectedly passed away. Career and Technical Education Coordinator Ralph Luttrell, a former police officer and U.S. Army veteran. Many of you here today know Ralph as he presented to our board many times over the years alongside CTE Director Karen Gilbert. The influence Ralph had on CTE programming was profound, but even more significantly, his loss has been felt by many classroom teachers as he supported over the years. His impact on the students and educators in Beaufort County will be felt for generations, and we are grateful for his service both to the Beaufort County School District and the United States of America. We'd also like a moment of silence for Dr. Pastor Isaiah Washington, a giant in Beaufort County, passed away recently. Thank you. Please have a seat. Next item on the agenda are public comments. We have two times this today where we will have public comments. One is the first general public comments. I'd like to read the rules for public comments that are at the back of the comment card, in case you haven't read them. Speakers participating in person shall read and fully complete a public comment card and submit it to the board's executive assistant. Public comment cards will be available at the board meetings 30 minutes prior to the scheduled meeting. The person will be heard in order of public comment cards are provided to the executive assistant. Requests to participate in public comments via phone will be accepted electronically. Please sign up using the public comment form 24 hours prior to the day of the meeting. Requesters will receive a phone call during their respective public forum time and should be ready to speak. Issues involving pending litigation are not subject to public comment participation. The use of physically threatening actions or remarks, comments, or conduct by speakers or member of the audience are prohibited, and any behavior that willfully disrupts a meeting to the extent that orderly conduct of the meeting is seriously compromised is prohibited. No presentation by the speaker shall exceed 3 minutes. Chair will strictly enforce this speed limit. A suitable timing device shall be employed to notify the speaker of the end of his or her comment period. Speakers shall not yield their time to another speaker. Persons appearing before the board should be aware that the board members are without authority to act independently as individuals in official matters. Neither the board nor individual members will respond to speakers during public comment. The board chair will designate a location for public comment. Person shall remain in such location during their allotted time for public comments. Documents to be provided to the board by a public commenter will be provided to the board's executive assistant following the commenter's appearance. Persons who have not had the opportunity to deliver comments publicly may submit written public comments to the board's executive assistant. The first name we have for a comment is Carrie Kearney. Subject is book bans.
Are we sitting here or at the podium? Thank you. Can you hear me? Is this better? My name is Carrie Kearney, and I am the mother of 7 children who have all been educated in the Beaufort County school system. I was honored to serve on 2 book review committees during the first process when we reviewed these 9 books. I want to reiterate that the process that your board had in place for book challenges worked. For the book review committees that I served on, everyone read the books in their entirety and everyone participated in frank, open, and intellectual discussions that weighed the importance of the book's topic, the value of the book as a whole, and the age appropriateness of each book. Beaufort County has expended an exorbitant amount of time and treasure to review these books. The community agreed that these 9 books should remain on our school library shelves. You, as a board, did the right thing and approved the committee recommendations. The process worked. And it is a process that should be duplicated across the state. But instead, the State Board of Education passed draconian regulations that are allowing one parent in Beaufort to remove parental decisions from all other parents and remove intellectual freedom from all children in South Carolina. We urge you to object to this process and use the power that you have as the Board of Education for Beaufort County to push back on Regulation 43-170 and ask the state to amend these regulations. There are statutory provisions that allow you to do so. You have sent a strong message that your board is pro-education, pro-intellectual freedom, and pro-First Amendment rights for students. Please continue to uphold this mantle by petitioning the state to amend Regulation 43-170. As they are written, the regulations do not require the book to be read in its entirety, do not allow you to evaluate the literary merit of the book, does not allow for an appeal on banned books, only for refusing to remove the books, and perhaps most importantly, does not differentiate between what material is appropriate for a kindergartner or a senior in high school. These regulations are very harmful and have resulted in South Carolina having the most statewide book bans in any state in the nation. The South Carolina education system is ranked as the 8th worst in our country. If these regulations are allowed to stand, South Carolina will be in a race to the bottom. Please continue to do the right thing to protect our children and ensure their freedom to learn. Please vote to uphold the review committee recommendations and return these 9 books to the shelves. And we implore you to petition the State Board of Education to amend these overly broad, unduly burdensome, and anti-education regulations. Thank you.
Next speaker is Miss Ivy Salai. Sexually explicit books is her topic.
Good morning. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Ivy Salai, and I'm the proud mother of 2 Beaufort County School District graduates. My youngest son graduated in May of this year, 2025. Some may question whether this process should continue, that I no longer have a student enrolled. However, all of my complaints were submitted while I still had a child in the district. If the state board had determined otherwise, they would not have directed you to address these books. First, I want to thank each of you for your service on this board. While we may not always agree on every issue, I do value and appreciate the time and commitment you dedicate to serving our community. I will keep my presentations concise and fact-based. For each book, I will reference the specific page number and cite the violation of Regulation 43-170. In some cases, I will read a passage aloud to demonstrate the violation. Please be aware that these passages are not age-appropriate under the standards of the regulation. I will assume that any student present has their parents' permission to hear the material being read. I also hope that in preparing for this hearing, each of you has reviewed both the regulation and the materials at issue. Regardless of personal opinions about the regulation, it carries legal weight and must be applied accordingly. I would also remind the board that the human brain is not fully developed until after the age of 20, with some research extending that maturity threshold to 25. Until then, young minds remain highly suggestible. Our students already face countless external influences that can encourage harmful or risky behavior. Introducing age-inappropriate material into school libraries only compounds this risk. While some students may be capable of processing such content, many others are not yet developmentally equipped to do so. By their own admission, librarians have not read every book in their collections and are therefore not in a position to adequately evaluate or restrict inappropriate content. This fact makes it especially troubling that critics target the Instructional Review Committee of the State Board for not reading every book in its entirety before making determinations. Historically, teachers have drawn on selected passages for instruction rather than requiring students to read an entire book, which underscores the validity of assessing materials by excerpts. Finally, I find it concerning and frankly ironic that the district has blocked access to student devices to PragerU, while at the same time providing students with books that contain sexually explicit material. To object to removing inappropriate books on the grounds of censorship while engaging in censorship of other content is inconsistent and indefensible. I look forward to presenting the reasons why the materials in question should either be removed from circulation or restricted to older students. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Miss Megan Bauer.
Good morning. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I come not only as a parent of a proud third grader at Beaufort Elementary, but as a member of this community who values both education and the voices for all of our families. A few years ago, as a district and as parents, we came together to carefully review these books in question. We had conversations, we listened to different viewpoints, and as a community, we decided to put those books back on the shelf. That process not only reflected our values, but it was a decision that we did not make lightly. Now we find ourselves here again, and I think it's important to ask, will the will of a few individuals override the will of the majority? If we allow that, we set a dangerous precedent where any single complaint could dictate what every student in this district can or cannot read. Worse, some books may have been banned by people who have not even read them. These books are not dangerous. The Bluest Eye confronts racism and beauty standards. Kite Runner and Sold shed light on global injustices and the importance of empathy. Lovely Bones explores grief and healing, while 13 Reasons Why and Tilt open the door to conversations on bullying, mental health, and the consequences of our choices. Freedom Rider's Diary shares true stories of resilience and tolerance, while the Duff and Art of Racing in the Rain encourage readers to find self-acceptance and perseverance. Together, these books give our students tools and understand both themselves and the world around them. Today, it's the Bluest Eye or the Kite Runner. Tomorrow, it could be To Kill a Mockingbird or Mice of Men. The books under review aren't threats, they're tools. They address real issues, racism, bullying, mental health, grief, global awareness, and resilience, and they give students a safe place to wrestle with those difficult topics and to build empathy. In addition, our First Amendment protects freedom of speech and expression, and that includes the rights of students to access books and ideas. The Supreme Court, in case of Board versus Pico, in 1982, the court ruled that schools cannot remove books simply because they dislike the ideas within them. I respectfully urge the board.
If so, you must come up and fill out a card.
We did.
If so, you must come up and fill out a card.
We did fill out card.
We did fill out.
We are going to have another session where we will discuss each book individually. So I have comment cards for people who wish to comment for or against a specific book, and this is how we'll do it. We'll start with the first book on the list, which is The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. The first speaker to speak on this will be Miss Ivy. The second person on the list that will be asked to speak is any person who wishes to speak in support of Miss Ivy. That will be given 3 minutes to speak on that topic. And then the person that wishes to oppose Miss Ivy will be given 3 minutes to speak. There's only time allotted for 9 minutes per book. After both Miss Ivy and the two, either one for or one against speaks, we'll ask the board if the board has any comment on the book. If there are no comments from the board, we will go to the next book and repeat the process. If there is no one here to be able to speak to the book and wishes to call in, we will announce that. We'll announce the phone number that they can call, and they will have 3 minutes to speak on the phone. We'll give them 1 minute a time. We announce the book is open for comment. We'll give them 1 minute to come to the phone and call us. If they don't call us within a minute, we will assume that there is nobody speaking on that subject for that book. We have one question.
I filled out a comment card and I wanted to speak to process, not to the books. Jeannie Brainerd. Yes.
You want to speak in general? Do you want to speak
Yes.
now in general comments?
I do.
Please do. Jeannie Brainerd?
Brainerd.
And
Yes.
the review process and procedures.
Okay.
Um,
Our local review process began in October of 2022. As the SIC chair for my daughter's elementary school, I sat on 7 committees to review some of the 97 books challenged in Beaufort County. The process was well planned, and we had about a month to read the books that we were reviewing. I did, in fact, read every word. I don't imagine that the challenger read every book that she challenged. 97 books were reviewed, and I believe all but 5 were returned to the shelves. In June of 2024, a new regulation, 43-170, was put into place, the Uniform Procedure for Selection or Reconsideration of Instructional Materials. This established a statewide process for challenging and reviewing educational materials in public schools. My understanding is that if the parent challenger is unhappy at the local level, they can appeal to the state board. Then these same books began being brought before the state board. They had committees review the books and brought their recommendations to the state board. They were supposed to vote on them. My understanding was individually, but instead of voting on them individually, they voted to remove all books that were brought forward, bringing South Carolina the dubious honor of the most book bans in the nation. I attended some of these meetings, and my daughter even spoke against anyone, quote, but my parents and my librarian helping her to determine what she should be able to read. She's 10 years old. As I look at the list of books that are being addressed today, I'm not sure why we're here. These books have already been reviewed locally. There's no provision in 43-170 to return to the local board after the local board has dealt with the challenged books and they've been dealt with at a state level. Yet here we are. The challenger didn't get the results that she wanted at the local level, so she took her challenges to the state. Then for some reason that escapes me, we're back here locally talking about the same books that have already been reviewed. It's an insult to those of us who volunteered and gave many hours to to the process. Our hard work actually examining the materials is being dismissed for one woman who no longer has a child in the system.
To inform you of the process that we're going through again, I've told you about how the speaking will be done. Each board member has a packet. And in the packet, we have Ms. Salai's South Carolina Instructional Material Uniform Parent Complaint Form for that book, background information for library materials in review, with a little professional reviews of the book by an outside agent. It has the school district's reconsideration committee checklist from the committee that met on that book previously. And lastly, a tally of the official vote by the committee. So we have the background material to look at here on the board while we listen to the speakers speak about the specific book. Every book will be reviewed in the same process. At the end of all 9 books being reviewed, the board will take a vote on each book. And the vote will have either retain the book in the library, restrict the book in the library, or remove the book from the library. Those are options we believe that we will be voting on, depending on the motion that's given out. At the end, we talk about the voting on the specific book. After the voting is finished, we will be rewriting our letter to response to the state board to incorporate the results of that vote. And then we will have a motion to approve the letter and send it off in response to the state board's requirement. That will be done at the end of the last agenda item of today's meeting. So, ready to start? Board members, are we ready? Okay. First book is The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. Ms. Salai.
I'd like to begin by saying that I did not line up anyone to speak on behalf of my efforts like the opposition has done to speak against me. I feel like the complaints stand on their own when applied to the regulation. If anyone does not speak in support of removal, please know that I did not ask them. However, I welcome and appreciate anyone who wishes to do so. This isn't about a popularity contest and who has the most people here. This is about following the regulation and removing any books that are not age or developmentally appropriate and/or have descriptions or visual depictions of sexual conduct as defined in South Carolina Code 16-15-305C1. The Bluest Eye is available at the following schools: Battery Creek, Beaufort High, and Bluffton High School. Page 83 violates the regulation with a description of vaginal sex, description of female bodily fluids, and a description of something similar to masturbation. This is an excerpt. She hopes he will not sweat. The damp may get into her hair, and that she will remain dry between her legs. She hates the glucking sound they make when she is moist. When she senses some spasm about to grip her, and she will make rapid movements with her hips, press her fingernails into her back, his back, suck in her breath, and pretend she is having an orgasm. She might wonder again for the 600th time what it would be like to have that feeling while her husband's penis is inside her. The closest thing to it was the time she was walking down the street and her napkin slipped free of her sanitary belt. It moved gently between her legs as she walked. Gently, ever so gently, and then slightly and distinctly delicious sensation collected in her crotch. As the delight grew, she had to stop in the street, hold her thighs together to contain it. That must be what it is like, she thinks, but it never happens while he is inside her. Page 93 violates the regulation with description of touching of breast. Page 120 violates the regulation with mention of biting breasts, fondling genitalia, female excretion, and description of intercourse. Page 129 violates the regulation with description of masturbation. Page 149 violates the regulation with description of feeling genitals and anus, a description of intercourse. Page 152 violates the regulation for age appropriateness. Page 165 violates the regulation with description of touching and biting little girls' breast and the insinuation of fondling little girls between their legs. This is an excerpt. Do you know that when I touched their sturdy little tits and bit them just a little, I felt I was being friendly. I gave them mints money and they'd eat ice cream with their legs open while I played with them. Page.
Time is up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there anybody that wishes to speak in favor of Mrs. Lies? Right. We'll now ask anybody that wishes to speak in favor by phone to please call the number on the screen. Put the number up. Okay, there's a number. The number is 843-322-0733. Now have 1 minute to call in. President? We are not going to take calls from non-residents. This is a Beaufort County issue. It's not a national issue. It's not a state issue. It's a Beaufort County issue. If you're not a resident, we're not going to listen to your comments. We still have time left for somebody else to call.
If people want their kids to read this stuff, they're free to buy it at Barnes & Noble or bookstores or online or Kindle, and they can also get it at their public library. Otherwise, it's not suitable for education. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Is Miss Valerie Sayers here? Ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Valerie Sayers. I'm a proud graduate of Beaufort High School and a novelist. At Beaufort High, legendary teachers Jean Norris, Millen Ellis, and Pat Conroy defended books against book bans and helped make me a writer. For almost 30 years, I taught English at the University of Notre Dame, where the posters we used to promote our classes featured one of the towering figures of contemporary literature, Toni Morrison, the last American writer to win the Nobel Prize in Literature for Prose. My students often counted her among their favorites, and it was hard to find a book that they hadn't already read in their high school AP classes or regular English classes. The Bluest Eye was Morrison's first novel and has been taught all over the world. It's inspired countless essays arguing for its importance in understanding Black and white identity in mid-20th century America. It explores the intense sense of inferiority suffered by a young Black girl, Pecola, living with a foster family. Though Pecola's feeling that she's ugly has everything to do with her color, students of all colors usually have no problem empathizing with her and are grateful to see this feeling of inferiority explored. Pecola's story is shocking in many regards. For one thing, when she returns to live with her own parents, her alcoholic father rapes her. She becomes pregnant and gradually unravels. This is tough stuff for high school kids because it's tough stuff for all of us. And though most of them will never experience anything as horrific, some of them will, and all of them know that incest and rape and mental breakdowns are realities in our world. They're grateful to have a chance to talk about these subjects. As we all know, students know exactly where to find the banned books. How much better to have a teacher or a librarian accompany and guide them through a book like The Bluest Eye than to have them find a pirated edition on their phones and read it in isolation. Morris's language is sometimes shocking. Yes, intentionally so. And may I say, probably not that shocking to our students in 2025. Racism is shocking too. Her prose is challenging for other reasons as well, and so is the book's complicated structure. High school teachers who choose to teach it are teaching their students to be ambitious readers. I had the privilege of reviewing a Toni Morrison collection of essays for the lay Catholic magazine Commonweal. In it, she argues for writers' need to find the language that respects religion and also respects the worlds of the dispossessed.
Time is up, Matt. Members of the board, does anybody have any comments about this book they wish to share? Anybody online, Ms. Hay or Ms. Fraser, have any comments? Seeing we have none, we'll move to the next book. Next book is Sold by Patricia McCormick. Salai.
Sold is available at Battery Creek, Beaufort High, Bluffton High, Hilton Head Island High School, Hilton Head Island Middle School, May River High School, and Well Branch Early College High School. Page 102 violates the regulation for educational suitability and age appropriateness. Page 120 violates the regulation with a description of rape, and this is an excerpt. Then he is on top of me, and something hot and insistent is between my legs. He grunts and struggles, trying to fit himself inside me. With a sudden thrust, I am torn in two. Oh, yes, he says, panting, Habib is good in bed. I hear, coming from a distance, a steady thud, 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 and register that this is the sound of the headboard hitting a wall. After a while, I don't know how long, another sound interrupts the rhythmic thud of the headboard. I know this noise from somewhere. I work very hard to make it out. Finally, I identify it. It is the muffled sound of sobbing. Habib rolls off of me. Then I understand. I was the person crying. Page 123 violates the regulation with description of rape. Page 125 violates the regulation with description of bleeding from where the victim has been repeatedly raped. Page 133 violates the regulation with mention of placing something inappropriate in the character's vagina, which is hot pepper. Page 141 is not age appropriate. Pages 145, 228, 254 are not age appropriate. Page 257 violates the regulation with mention of placing something inappropriate into the character's vagina. Thank you.
Right? Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak in support of Ms. Salai? There doesn't seem to be anybody, so it's now open for someone to call in at 843-322-0733 if you wish to call in support of Ms. Salai's comments on this book. And the time begins now.
Good morning. You're calling about books sold? Good morning. Are you calling about the book sold? Hold on, please. Go ahead.
I'm calling about the book sold. I'm in support of Ms. Lai to have this removed. This material borderlines on child sexual abuse material. The only thing it's lacking is an image. But the description of rape of a minor is considered child sexual abuse material. And from what I understand, it's a felony. So I think it's something that the board needs to consider is this suitable for education in any manner, way, shape, or form? I'd also like to point out that there's no provision in the current regulation to include any votes or previous review committees. But this material needs to be removed. There's no reason to have it. I think everyone with a little bit of common sense can understand that this doesn't do any good for our kids. It does not increase reading proficiency. It doesn't even stimulate interest in a normal way. Have a good day.
Is Courtney Thomas?
Good morning, Beaufort County School Board members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Courtney Thomas, and I'm the Advocacy Director for the ACLU of South Carolina. I'm here today representing our members here in Beaufort County and their concerns about book challenges. I'd like to start by addressing specifically the book Sold by Patricia McCormick. Simply to endure is to triumph. That's a quote from the book. Sold is a book about a 12-year-old Nepali girl being sold into a life of sexual slavery by her stepfather. She lives in a rural, impoverished community. She does not understand what is happening to her or what she's being forced to do. Our main character, Lakshmi, is 12 years old and simply doesn't have the language. As you heard in the complaint, she doesn't have the language for what is happening to her. She says she is with men and describes their smell and pain and what she feels, but if the reader was unaware of what sex was, they would not be able to ascertain that by reading the book. Inference alone of sexual conduct is not enough to satisfy the regulation. In line with Regulation 43-170 and the standards set by the State Board of Education's retention of books like 1984 by George Orwell, the State Board actually went to great lengths to define what a description is. A description is, in their words, and I quote, discourse intended to give a mental image of something experienced. If you listen to what Lakshmi says in the book, you wouldn't know exactly what's going on unless you had prior knowledge of what sex is. The author chose to make Lakshmi her main character because she is a 12-year-old girl, and because the average age of trafficked children in the country is 13. She wanted readers to read Lakshmi's story and know how to ask for help. I don't think the author knew just how pressing this could be, even to children in Jasper County or Beaufort County, but this is a relevant work. The book is heart-wrenching and it's a tough read, but it presents an opportunity for children to learn empathy. This board also has an opportunity. You have the chance to be an example for the state in courage and just good sense. I know a commenter said, common sense. I believe each and every one of you has more than the standard measure of good sense. A rule like Regulation 43-170 is vague, and to that end can be applied inconsistently or illogically. I hope you will entreat the State Board of Education to amend this regulation because regulations like this open up your school district to legal liability. And it's just not fair for our students. Lakshmi was brave, and I hope we can follow in her example. Thank you.
Is there anybody on the board who wishes to comment on the book sold? None? We'll move to the next book. Next book is Freedom Writer's Diary. Ms. Salai?
Thank you. Want to just verify that y'all are making sure that the commenters are residents of Beaufort County, because I think the previous person said she's with the ACLU, so I wonder if she does actually live in our county. The Freedom Writer's Diary is available at the following schools: Battery Creek High School, Beaufort High, Beaufort Middle School, H.E. McCracken Middle School, Hilton Head Island High School, Bluffton High School, and May River High School. The movie, which is rated PG-13, is also available: Beaufort High School, Bluffton High School, and Hilton Head Island Middle School. I'd like to point out that typically middle school, that top grade is the 13-year-olds, maybe 14. So I'm just kind of curious why a PG-13 movie would be available to those ages. I'd like to point out that these are essays written under the tutelage of their English teacher. In Beaufort County School District, many of the things written would be against the student code of conduct, and I cannot imagine a teacher accepting work of this nature. If a student cannot write it as an assignment, why would it be acceptable for them to be able to check out the library or have access in the classroom or check out the movie? Pages 7, 8, 9, and 10 could potentially violate the budget proviso 1.79, which prohibits instructional materials, which include library books, from containing material depicting one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex. Page 13 is not age appropriate. Page 19 violates the regulation with a description of oral sex. Page 127 violates the regulation with touching of breast. Page 150 violates the regulation with a description of oral sex, and this is an excerpt. As his penis swirled in my mouth, thoughts of popcorn he promised me ran through my mind. So you can imagine that that is most likely a minor. Page 183, not age appropriate, along with pages 185 and 186. Page 215 violates the regulation with the mention of mail balls being wiped on people's faces. The word ass is in this book 15 times, bitch 6 times, fuck 13 times, the N word with hard R and A 3 times, and shit is in here 12 times.
Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of Ms. Salai? Right? We now have the opportunity for an outside caller to call 843-322-0733. And you have 1 minute to call in. The time is up. Miss Robin Liebenberg, you are a resident of Hilton Head Island, and you are in defense of the Freedom Writers Diary.
Yes, thank you very much. You got it right. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm here to argue that removing the Freedom Writers Diary from our bookshelves flies in the face of all that a book offers to not only a student body, but its faculty as well. As a 33-year English educator, often with a classroom full of at-risk students, I can attest to the power of writing to unlock student potential. As a working poet now, I find that in myself. What Erin Gruel did as a first-year teacher became a best-selling book and blueprint for every English teacher to unleash these possibilities. And she did it with 150 students who were at risk, destined by all indicators to languish. Instead, she gave them a year chronicled in the Freedom Writers Diary that sent them down a different path. She did this by showing them how to write their own stories and thus value themselves. The story was so powerful, it became a hit movie. 150 graduated. Rather than ban this book, shouldn't we read it, find out what she did? Shouldn't our students, especially those who see themselves in these students, discover this story and feel its power? Her students were particularly inspired by the writings of Anne Frank and Zlata Filopovich, and the book's tagline became, "They chose to put down their weapons and pick up a pen." The once hardened teens discovered a new way to express themselves and embrace history, humanity, and hope. By sharing their stories, they rewrote their futures and became catalysts for change. The Freedom Writers Foundation, which grew from the book's success, has been in business for 20 years and reaches an international audience. It offers an intensive workshop to help educators of all subjects and grade levels focus on the humanity of every student. Some original Freedom Writers participate, and an outreach program improves classroom attendance, increases student and employee engagement, and fosters inclusive campus atmospheres. Topics like homelessness, addiction recovery, bullying, depression, and suicide awareness show how to use storytelling to overcome adversity. Isn't this what every educator wants for their students? Doesn't this capture what public education should be? Why would anyone want this book removed? I would like to point out that by allowing only one speaker per book, by returning the case here after you voted most books back to shelves, the goalposts move for one citizen. We're in a bizarre game of ping pong where no final score is accepted. In the case of the Freedom Writers Diary, there are 150 reasons why it should stay. Thank you.
Next book is The Kite Runner. Ms. Salai.
The Kite Runner is available in Battery Creek High School, Beaufort High, Bluffton High, Hilton Head High School, and May River High School. And I am requesting that this book be limited to 11th and 12th grade. So I'm not requesting a full removal. Page 6 is not appropriate with description of using fingers to stimulate sex, description of a woman's vagina. Page 66, not age appropriate with description of rape and anal sex. This is an excerpt. Asaf knelt behind Hassan, put his hands on Hassan's hips, and lifted his bare buttocks. He kept one hand on Hassan's back and undid his own belt buckle with his free hand. He unzipped his jeans, dropped his underwear. He positioned himself behind Hassan. Hassan didn't struggle, didn't even whimper. He moved his head slightly, and I caught a glimpse of his face, saw the resignation in it. It was a look I'd seen before. It was the look of the lamb. Page 69 is not appropriate with description of bodily fluids after an anal rape. And this is an excerpt. Just like I pretended I hadn't seen the dark stain in the seat of his pants or those tiny drops that fell from between his legs and stained the snow black. Page 101 is not age appropriate by further describing the anal rape that had previously taken place. An excerpt, me peering around the corner in the alley, Kamal and Wally holding Hassan down, Asaf's buttock muscles clenching and unclenching, his hips thrusting back and forth. Page 224, not age appropriate with alluding to selling children for sex. Page 303 is not age appropriate as it could be triggering to read about suicide. Thank you.
Is there anybody that wishes to speak in favor of Ms. Salai's statement? So, as nobody's here, so if you wish to call in at 843-322-0733, you have 1 minute. That time is up. Mr. Thomas Palacio.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I also thank you for the process that you had established the last time this occurred. Before moving to Beaufort County, I was a school board member for 24 years, so I do understand the process. I've been involved in book challenges, and I was thrilled to hear that committees read the books, because there's a huge difference between taking a passage out of context and then seeing where that passage goes as a whole to develop. In addition to being a school board member for 24 years, I was a teacher for 33. And in some of that time, I had the opportunity to teach a Kite Runner. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit. It was an amazing book to connect with students. And I say that because I watch students come in the day after reading certain sections, especially some of the rape scenes and the really hard sections, and say they cried. They were so upset by what happened. They put the book down. And then very quickly they picked it up because they wanted to see where it was going to go. And one of the major themes in Kite Runner is a redemption arc. Amir has to go through an incredible amount of guilt and an incredible amount of shame, and he carries that with him. But then he has a chance to go through a redemption arc. And you don't have a redemption arc without the pain. One of the things that I have found in teaching literature is it's a combination of suffering and joy, just like life. That hard things happen, and this shows students that they don't define who you are. Moreover, in a time when I was teaching, and still today, when you see a lot of misunderstanding about the Middle East and cultures other than what students see in their own lives, it's vital for them to be able to be exposed to other cultures, to how hierarchies work, to see how other people live. It also opens a point of discussion. and to the reader or to the person caller that said they can get it out of the library. I think it's a beautiful thing to have it in the school, because then when a student is upset, they have adult figures they can go to and they can talk to, and they can have a discussion about what's happening and why it's happening. It also it offers a chance for them to engage in conversations on very tough material and see that there's a chance to always turn your life around and improve. Thank you.
Ms. Boatright.
Thank you. As the board parliamentarian, I'd like to quote Robert's Rules of Order. During debate, members must remain silent except when recognized, and all other persons present should not applaud, speak out, or in any other way interfere with the orderly conduct of business.
Comments from the board members? Next book is The Lovely Bones. Salai.
Like to just make an off the cuff comment. I think that using material that is described to bring children in, such as a rape scene, as this gentleman just described, and crying about it. Yeah, it grabs them. It makes them want to read more. But is that really what we want to be grabbing them with? We need to put our heads together and find other things that grab them and make them want to read. The Lovely Bones is available at Beaufort High School, Beaufort Middle School, Bluffton High School, and Hilton Head Island High School. Page 13 violates the regulation with description of a child being raped. Mr. Harvey, I really have to get home. This is an excerpt. Take off your clothes. What? Take your clothes off, Mr. Harvey said. I want to check that you're still a virgin. I am, Mr. Harvey, I said. I want to make sure your parents will thank me. My parents? They only want good girls, he said. Mr. Harvey, I said, please let me leave. You aren't leaving, Susie. You're mine now. I fought hard. I fought as hard as I could not to let Mr. Harvey hurt me. But my hard as I could was not hard enough, not even close. And I was soon lying down on the ground, in the ground, with him on top of me, panting and sweating, having lost his glasses in the struggle. I thought it was the worst thing in the world to be laying flat on my back with a sweating man on top of me, to be trapped inside the earth and have no one know where I was. Mr. Harvey started to press his lips against me. They were blubbery and wet, and I wanted to scream, but I was too afraid and too exhausted from the fight. Don't, Mr. Harvey, I managed, and I kept saying that one word a lot, don't. And I said please a lot too. Franny told me that almost everyone begged please before dying. I want you, Susie, he said. Please, I said, don't. I said, sometimes I combine them. Please don't, or don't please. It was like insisting that a key word when it doesn't, or yelling, I've got it, I've got it, I've got it, as a softball goes sailing over your head into the stands. Please don't. But he grew tired of hearing me plead. He reached into the pocket of my parka and balled up the hat my mother had made me, smashing it into my mouth. The only sound I made after that was the weak tinkling of bells. As he kissed his wet lips down my face and neck and then began to shove his hands up under my shirt, I wept. I began to leave my body. I began to inhibit the air and the silence.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to support Ms. Salai? None. Now have the opportunity for a server to call in at 843-322-0733 to support Ms. Salai. You have 1 minute.
Are you calling in support? It's David Cook. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Robin. Again, here we go with these books that I don't know how perverted it's going to get, but it's pretty disgusting to consider the fact that this material is being reviewed again, and it hasn't changed. And what you have in front of you is more material that is considered child sexual abuse material. I have a daughter, and I don't think having this kind of material in schools does any good for any boy or girl. There's obviously a description of a rape, and the majority of the times when a book contains a description of a rape, the punishment disappears. There is no judgment rendered on the suspect that commits the rape. So it doesn't do any good. And furthermore, this is what I would consider to be the emotional rape of our children, and it's happening right in our schools. Thank you.
Ms. Millie Bennett.
Good morning, bright and early to everyone. My name is Millie Bennett, and I am a 2023 graduate of Beaufort High School as an AP Scholar with Honors and a recipient of the Palmetto Fellow Scholarship and the Foundation for Leadership Education Scholarship. I am now a junior at the College of Charleston in the Honors Program, and I've come back to Beaufort today to address an issue that has already been resolved. The Lovely Bones by Alice Abold has been here before, put on trial by one complainant almost 3 years ago. At that time, it was reviewed by our community for its educational significance, quality content, appropriateness, and avoidance of pervasive vulgarity. All categories pulled directly from the Beaufort County's book review forms. The Lovely Bones passed with flying colors, praised by its review committee for its diverse and thoughtful handling of themes such as loss and violence. I say diverse because this book addresses its themes through differing points of view, something which is not a threat, but rather a strength of the narrative. When The Lovely Bones was first challenged, I read it. I was 18 and still in high school. I've never gone through any of what is detailed in the book: death, grief, violence. Did this book make me sad? Yes, absolutely. But reading about it was a safe way for me to engage with the harsh realities of our world. Shortly after its publication in 2002, the New York Times said this as a review. This book happens to have been published at a moment where the kidnapping of a 14-year-old girl, Elizabeth Smart, taken from her comfortable middle-class bed in the dead of the night, haunts the news. The very idea of Sabol's subject matter might make a reader queasy, but there's nothing prurient or exploitative in The Lovely Bones. Susie's story, paradoxically, is one of hope set against a grim reality. Yes, this book is sad and upsetting, but its intent is not vulgarity, but education and safety. What safer way is there, I ask you, for a student to learn about these very real dangers in the world than by reading a book? School is not just about math and science. You can go to college and get a job. School is also education about the world, both its wonders and its ugliness. Education is meant to be expansive, not reductive. Removing students' in-school access to books is what is actually dangerous, because it prevents students from arming themselves with knowledge that actually protects them from harm. If nothing else, I want to leave you all with this. The citizens of Beaufort have already made their decision. They made it throughout the 22-23 school year, when students and community members come out in droves to protest the banning of these books, greatly outnumbering those who want the books banned. Our community showed up on December 1st, when the review committee approved The Lovely Bones for circulation. We showed up again in January, when the complainant appealed the committee's recommendations, the community protested, and the board upheld the community's decision. The only reason I'm here today, once more defending this book, is not because the book needs to be unjustly taken from our students for supposed vulgarity, but because the same complainant from 3 years ago did not get to make the decision she wanted for 21,000 students. Because the complainant decided that she alone knew best for 21,000 children that are not hers. There's absolutely zero reason, beyond the restrictive worldview of one person, that this book does not belong in the hands of our students. I hope you will listen to your students, listen to your voters, and listen to your community. And also, he does get caught at the end of the book. Thank you.
Any comments from board members? All right. Go to the next book on the list. Next book is 13 Reasons Why. Salai.
everybody keeps mentioning the review committees, and I just would like to remind this board that those review committees were conducted prior to Regulation 43-170. So they were not addressing what is in that regulation. So their decisions should be null and void. 13 reasons why. I'm going to ask for some decorum.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. If you
Can my time please start over as well?
Please start the time over. If you cannot keep quiet, you're going to be asked to leave. Give the speaker respect. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Salai.
Thank you. I appreciate it. 13 reasons why available: Beaufort High, Bluffton High, Bluffton Middle, H.E. McCracken Middle, Hilton Head Island High School, Hilton Head Island Middle, May River High School, Well Branch Early College, and Spanish versions in Bluffton High School and May River High School. Please note that research confirms psychological risk from the adaptation of the movie from this book. Logic would dictate that similar risk could potentially result from the book as well. Although the sexually explicit content of the book is minor, the psychological risk could be major. Therefore, I do not feel that this book is educationally suitable nor age appropriate for minors in our public school system. The Netflix show 13 Reasons Why was associated with a 28.9% increase in suicide rates among U.S. youth ages 10 to 17 in the month April 2017 following the show's release. After accounting for ongoing trends in suicide rates, according to a study published in the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. The findings highlight the necessity of using best practices when portraying suicide in popular entertainment and in the media. The study was conducted by researchers at several universities, hospitals, and the National Institute of Mental Health. Part of the National Institute of Mental Health is also, NIMH also funded the study. The number of deaths by suicide recorded in April 2017 was greater than the number seen in any single month during the 5-year period examined by the researchers. When the researchers analyzed the data by sex, they found the increase in the suicide rate was primarily driven by significant increases in suicide in young males. While suicide rates for females increased after the show's release, the increase was not statistically significant. The researchers examined whether the rates of suicide for the period after the release of 13 Reasons Why were greater than would be expected based on suicide counts and trends observed in previous years. The researchers found that the rates for suicide for 10 to 17-year-olds was significantly higher in the months of April, June, and December 2017 than were expected based on past data. This increase translated into an additional estimated 195 suicide deaths between April 1, 2017 and December 31st, 2017. The observed suicide rate for March 2017, the month prior to the release of 13 Reasons Why, was also higher than forecast. The researchers note that the show was highly promoted during the month of March, exposing audiences to the show's premise and content through trailers. Thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak in support of Ms. Salai? Hearing none. Now open it up for someone to call in and support at 843-322-0733. And you have 1 minute to call in. Time is up. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to retain 13 reasons why? I don't have a comment card from anybody. I don't believe that we have anybody unless somebody wishes to call in. If you wish to call in support of retaining the book 13 Reasons Why, you can call in at 843-322-0733. You have 1 minute. Seem to be anybody call in, so we will move on to the next book unless there's something that a board member would like to make a comment on this book. Seeing none, we'll go to the next book. Next book is The Art of Racing in the Rain.
The Art of Racing in the Rain, I am requesting to be limited to 11th and 12th grades. It is currently available at Beaufort High School, Bluffton High, Bluffton Middle, and May River High School. Page 17, possible violation of the regulation with description of sex. Page 18, possible violation of the regulation, as it seems, is if there's a reference to giving a blowjob. Page 52 is not age appropriate. Page 71, the insinuation of using a turkey baster to inseminate is not age appropriate. Page 100, not age appropriate, a minor trying to seduce an older man. And the word fuck is in the book 10 times. Thank you.
Is there anybody that wishes to speak in support of banning the art of racing or restricting the art of racing in the rain? If so, call 843-322-0733 and you have 1 minute to call in. Time is up. Mr. or Mrs. Parker, I can't read the first name. Ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Bria Parker. I attend Beaufort High School, where I'm a proud member of Students Demand Action, and I serve as the Vice President of the Diversity Awareness Youth Literacy Organization. Right now, I should be in my psychology class earning college credit, but instead, I'm here to explain to a room full of adults who should be empowering me to read more books why one parent should not have the power to dictate which books 22,000 Beaufort County Public School students do and do not get to read. During the previous challenge, The Art of Racing in the Rain was reviewed and approved for return to our schools in March of 2023. In both complaints against this novel and others, the complainant listed every swear word contained in the book in an effort to shock us. Apparently, she is disgusted by the use of the word bitch. What isn't shocking is that the complainant is still missing the context of the usage. As anyone who has actually read The Art of Racing in the Rain knows, the narrator, Enzo, is a dog. And in every instance, Enzo is using that word correctly to refer to a female dog. Context matters. And furthermore, the supposed sexual content in this book is not graphic at all, nor is it violent. The complainant's very uncertain language in her own complaint form makes clear her argument is weak at best. The complainant states of an out-of-context passage that it seems as if this is a reference to oral sex. Now, as someone who read this book recently, I didn't even notice this reference. Unsurprisingly, the complainant missed the context. The narrator, who again is a dog, states a few sentences before the passage in question. I try not to act off-putting because I knew how infatuated Denny was with her, but I admit, I was less than embracing of her presence, and because of that, she was less than embracing of me. We were both satellites orbiting Denny's sun, struggling for gravitational supremacy. The context is Enzo expressing his jealousy of his owner's girlfriend as part of his own journey to understand humanity. Another passage cited in the complaint is an out-of-context reference to a subplot about the consequences that come from the public lies of a toxic attention seeker. It's a shame that instead of focusing on the main themes of this novel, love, perseverance, and communication, all skills and traits essential for high schoolers like me to learn before we graduate and are sent off to fend for ourselves, I'm instead currently trying to defend a book about a dying dog, which is odd, from baseless complaints. Context matters. Truth matters. Trusting your students, our families, and our educators to make our own choices about the books we read matters. Again, I am Bria Parker, Vice President of the Diversity Awareness Youth Leadership Organization at Beaufort High School. Thank you.
Any comments by board members? Hearing none, we will go to the next book on the list. Next book is.
Chairman, do you mind we taking a 10-minute bathroom break?
Yeah,
I think
we will take a 5-minute recess.
That's fine.
No, that's okay. Because I couldn't pronounce it. Yeah. I thought, I mean, it was justice.
It's like everyone's free.
Yeah, said they actually. And these could have been longer.
Yeah, the internet's not working.
My friends. I read this.
People who we have insiders here.
Oh, sure. I have. I really appreciate that.
I'm sorry. Oh, not joking. So much information about it.
Here, take that. Here, I just and waste of 2 hours. Can't be the reason. I saw her face. Good. Thank you.
I think they could, or they didn't want it. Last thing was the state. So it's something, you have that, you know, there's some that you have to be. It's good thing, I think 7 or 8, it's just like, you have to push that.
Yeah, true. Okay, I'll see you.
No, you know, for someone who wants.
Yeah. That's a great. I put but that was,
So what happened is.
well, I think they go for the problems we had. But then I was.
Story.
Okay, I hope that's great.
Anyway, we basically never got voted on, went through a musical, like it's crazy. So, these are all.
Yeah.
And they're very, very good, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They use it at the place.
You know, whatever. I sit.
Like, yeah, it's literally. But anyway, it doesn't, it violates.
Right.
So essentially, she was.
Is Tilt, Ms. Salai?
Tilt by Ellen Hopkins, available Beaufort High School, Bluffton High School, May River High School, and Well Branch Early College. Page 4 violates the regulation with description of sex. Page 17 is not age appropriate, describes how porn can be assessed online for a minor. Page 19, not age appropriate, describes the porn the minor is watching. Page 55, not age appropriate, could have gotten the point across without the mention of bleeding that was caused by non-consensual anal sex of a minor. Page 71 violates the regulation with description of sex and bodily fluids. Page 115 violates the regulation with description of masturbation and sex. Page 236 violates the regulation with description of sex. Page 404 violates the regulation with kissing of nipples, turgid penis, and description of oral sex with a minor. This is an excerpt. He moves to kiss my nipples, and though I want to say no, I can't. It feels so good, great, amazing. Beneath my skirt, I feel him grow hard against the thin barrier of my panties. Stop. His mouth is around my nipple, and he mumbles, why? Now his lips move an inch or so higher, and he starts to suck softly at first, then harder. It is crazy good, and it makes me moan, but when he tries to slide down my panties, I know I can't, not yet. Then he says, we can do something else. He lifts me up, undoes his zipper, and this is no movie when he frees his erection and shows me exactly how to use my mouth to get him off. I wish I could say I don't like it, but somehow I do. Getting off is easy. You don't even need two to make it happen. The proper grip with a slippery fist, whoopee, there it goes. But man does not live by ejaculation alone. There's the whole pursue and conquer thing to consider, which is why loose girls aren't all that much fun. Okay, maybe I'm a bit warped that way, but hard to get turns me on. Besides, kind of like playing teacher, which is why I'm so patient with this little girl, who will be so worth the wait. Oh yes, I plan on winning a major jackpot, taking her all the way for the very first time. If that means patience, okay by me. It's only part of the game. Page 426 violates the regulation with description of oral sex. Page 431 violates the regulation with description of touching a breast, sexting with a minor with instructions of what to do and where to touch, and graphic descriptions of masturbation. Play with your nipple, get it hard. I want to pick. And now I want another one. Touch yourself, you know where, let me see. Suddenly my cell buzzes. Well, I'm waiting. I let one hand slide to the crotch of my panties, pull the lacy material just a little to one side. I keep my fingers covering the most personal part. Take a quick picture that I hope will do. Well, thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak in support of Ms. Salai? Is there anybody online who would wish to call in? You can call in at 843-322-0733, and you have 1 minute to call in. Time is up. Mr. Marv Decker? Marin, I'm sorry.
Good morning, board members. While I did read this book and I thought it was interesting, I just don't think that my opinion of it should be imposed on anybody else in this district or any other parent or how they determine the books that their children should read. And I don't think my opinion should be imposed on any other citizen in this state or any of my fellow citizens in this country. I do, though, should give my comment more weight than the other gal that spoke on this book because I actually read the entire book. But I do think that any literary work more advanced than See Spot Run will have phrases or content that's bound to trigger somebody or offend somebody when taken out of context. And I do also think that these people only have the power to undermine our freedoms if we allow it. And as a reminder to the superintendent and this board, please recall how much of your time, energy, and our tax dollars these folks already wasted tilting at this very same windmill. Isn't there a several year period that has to elapse before the same person is allowed to make the same tiresome request? I mean, how many bites at this same apple is one person allowed to have? And just in closing, when I was in junior high school, a local book banner tried to get Huckleberry Finn and To Kill a Mockingbird banned, and they got laughed out of town. Let us do the same today. Thank you.
Any comments from board members? Right. Go to the last book. Last book is The Duff. Salai.
The Duff is available at Bluffton High School, May River High School, and Well Branch Early College High School. Page 29 violates the regulation with touching of breast through fabric. Page 52, age appropriateness. Page 65 violates the regulation with touching of breast through fabric. Page 75, page 96, and page 148 for age appropriateness, along with page 165. Page 167 violates the regulation with description of oral sex. And this is an excerpt. His hands began moving my jeans and underwear down my knees, one of them pausing briefly to squeeze the ticklish place above my hip, causing me to jerk once with a giggle. His lips moved lower and lower, and I was surprised by how much I was anticipating their final destination. I heard Vicky and even Casey talk about their boyfriends going down on them and how good it felt. I'd heard, but I didn't entirely believe it. Jake and I had never done that, and I'd always just assumed it was gross and weird. It was kind of weird at first, but then it wasn't anymore. It felt strange, but in a good way. Dirty, wrong, amazing. My fingers curled in the sheets, gripping the cloth tightly, and my knees shook. I was feeling things I'd never felt before. I gasped with pleasure and surprise. And oh shit, Wesley jumped away from me. He heard the car door slam too. That meant my dad was home. This book has the word fuck in it 54 times and the word shit 46 times. And that is the last of the books for today. I want to thank you for hearing me out. And again, I want to point out that the review committees that reviewed these books previously did so not under the guidance of Regulation 43-170. Therefore, those committees' decisions do not pertain to what the law is now. So I appreciate if you vote in favor of either removing the books that I've recommended or restricting the, I believe it was 2 books that I recommended for that. Thank you.
Is there anybody that wishes to speak in support of Ms. Salai in the room? Seeing none, you're now available to call in at 843-322-0733. If you wish to speak in support of Ms. Salai, you have 1 minute to call in. Time is up. Ms. Harris?
Those who seek to ban books are never on the right side of history. Never. This quote has been shared widely and most notably attributed to John Rosenthal, a member of the Texas House of Representatives. And he is absolutely right. Because, in a word, it's oppression. As highlighted by historian Dr. Carolyn Porter, the act of denying literacy and banning books has been used as a tool, is a tool that has been used by oppressive forces throughout history. In the 1800s, right here in America, right here in Beaufort, South Carolina, wealthy white elites enacted laws that prohibited enslaved people from learning to read and write as a method of maintaining their oppression, denying them the use of knowledge as a tool of liberation. In the 1930s, as a precursor to their larger unspeakable atrocities, the Nazis staged public book burnings, destroying thousands of books authored by Jewish, gay, or other so-called dissident authors. Notable organizations like the American Library Association and its advocates have long attested to the facts that banning books restricts intellectual freedom, hinders critical thinking, homogenizes worldviews, and limits empathy by preventing access to challenging ideas and diverse perspectives. Why on earth would to advance any directive that limits empathy? I think we can all agree that if there's one thing that this world could use, it's most certainly empathy. The Duff is a perfect example of ages 15 plus that promotes empathy. At the tender age of only 17, Cody Keplinger published this, her first novel. It follows the story of Bianca, who considers herself the Duff, designated ugly fat friend of her peer group. What she comes to realize throughout the course of the book is that all of us are the Duff in our own way, and we should embrace it. The book realistically touches on themes like body image, alcoholism, divorce, and the struggles that young people, especially girls, face as teens while trying to establish their self-worth. And ultimately, one thing goes a long way. Limiting access to books like this does nothing to protect or help readers, but instead hurts them, in fact. As the mom of a sixth grader currently in public school in Beaufort County, and as a concerned citizen who served on 2 of the book reading committees during that process a couple of years ago, I feel like taxpayer dollars, time, and resources that could be better spent actually advancing public education versus hindering.
The board have any comments on the book Duff? Seeing none, our next item is to vote. And Mr. Dallas?
Thank you, Colonel Dyer. I'd like to applaud both sides. Not on. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'd like to applaud both sides for the passion and commitment which both sides have expressed. It's a challenging conundrum that we as a board have to sort of decide. However, I think there's an opportunity for a Solomonic decision. We don't have to split the baby. I'm going to recommend, in terms of respecting the First Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and parental rights, that this board vote for all 9 books to be restricted and respecting parental rights to decide what their children are able to access.
I second that motion.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Are there any discussion? Any discussion?
Thank you. I agree. I do think I was on an AI podcast, not on it, I was listening to a podcast on AI, and they were talking about young people, Gen Z, treating AI as friends, and what that was a concerning thing that's developed. And one of the things that came up was some stats that I was unfamiliar with about pornography and young people. And they said that the average age in the last 5 years, so I'm assuming COVID would have an impact, that people begin watching pornography has dropped from 20 to 16, and that greater than 50% of 12-year-olds in America have seen porn by the time that they're 12. I think also 1 in 5, depending on which statistic you look at, between 1 in 5 and 1 in 10 girls between the ages of 18 and 24 are on OnlyFans. So I think that there is a problem with some of these, what's going on with our young people. But the truth is, when I talk to other parents about this, the problem is not in the school libraries. The problem is on the devices. The problem is on what's on TV, what's accessible on YouTube, what's accessible through social media. So I think that the amount of energy and effort that this board is having to commit to school books, library books, which we've seen the circulation stats, they're not getting checked out. They're available, but they're not getting checked out, is not really the solution to the problem. But I understand what the state is trying to do, and I understand what Salai, thank you, is trying to do. On the other hand, I think it's a symbolic effort and not so, it's more of a Pyrrhic victory, because we are venturing into, with this regulation, some freedom of speech issues, some student agency issues. And I think that that is a dangerous slope for us to start down too. So I'm unwilling to vacate what our community review process has already decided, because that is a big component of obscenity laws, and it is a big component of free speech in terms of it's supposed to be what contemporary community standards are. Our process tried really hard to get at that. It wasn't a perfect process, but it was time consuming. I know people who were involved in it. It was well respected. And I also think that this regulation, it has some issues that the state is going to have to really take a look at in terms of how you apply it, because I think, as someone mentioned earlier, how can we restrict racing in the rain and not 1984? I don't want to be making those kinds of decisions. So I just want to say I appreciate both sides. I appreciate the arguments that were presented and were well thought out, but I'm not going to be willing to vacate our community review process.
Other comments? Dr. Carr?
I'll echo Ms. Boatwright that I'm not willing to vacate the previous decisions of the review process and the decisions that were rendered going forward.
Ms. Gordon? Ms. Gordon?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little closer.
I appreciate both sides as well, what was said tonight or today, especially from Ms. Parker, the young student who spoke so eloquently on what her issues are. Listening to what was being read and what was being presented to us, there was not one person who spoke who actually said, well, this happened to me as a young girl. Well, I'm going to tell you, this did happen to me. I was very fortunate that I wasn't raped, but there were several times that I could have been raped. But because of books not being available to me to read, to know what was being done or trying to be done to me, or what I could do to protect myself, I was able to read a book and therefore arm myself so that I was not one of those girls, one of those statistics. But for years, I finally got the courage to tell my mom that was the best day of my life. The best day of my life. And there's so many young girls out there who can't tell anybody, who won't tell anybody, who, and you're listening to this, things that they want to read to us. It really doesn't happen like that. It really doesn't. You're afraid. You really are. I was.
for years. So I appreciate what this board, what the committee has done to go through these books. I appreciate the young lady for, page 92, 102. The book may have 1,000 pages, and we're looking at 8 or 10 pages. And we're not looking at the root cause like what she's talking about. It's on TV. There are movies about it. Our kids can see this anytime they want to. But how do we stop it? One young lady at a time, speaking up about it like Ms. Parker did today, having these conversations. But I agree. I think we should put these books back where they were. We've been through this process. But we should educate our girls. And this is one way that it happens because they can read it. And some of them get empowered by what they can do to help save themselves. I did. I was very, very fortunate. But not that I don't have dreams about it sometimes or wonder what would have happened to me if that had truly happened to me. I'm blessed. So with that, I'll say to you, I am one of those girls. And I will tell you that seeing that they can read about this, given the right to do what they need to do, I can't take that away from them. I can't take that away from their parents. I don't have the right to do that. And we don't have the right to do that, board. We have the right to put the information out there and let it fall where it may to help somebody's child along the way. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other comments from the board? I have Mr. Nay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the 43-170 and South Carolina Code 1615-305, now that we're going, it's without a doubt, this whole process split our community back in 22-23. Without a doubt. And when this situation came back up to us, I was one of the biggest opponent of this all happening again because of the divisiveness that it created in our community. I think given everything that as a school board, the state is now expecting us to do, we've received a letter from the school board asking us to review this again, knowing that our community has gone through the ringer. With the tension that we didn't ask for on 60 Minutes and all the other things. I get it. I think Mr. Dallas has a plausible conclusion for this. I think restricting our books keeps the books on our shelves. It respects the community's intent with the first review process that we did. It keeps our books, those books in our schools, but it allows parents to decide if they want their children to read these books. And I think given the new guidance, 43-170, I think that's probably the most amicable solution right now.
Dr. Rodriguez, a question. How would you implement restricting these books if this motion passes?
Well, I think what we'd work with our district librarian who I know will be communicating with librarians at schools, but essentially based on the motion and what it's asking for, the books would not be able to be checked out without having a parental consent sent to the school and the school librarian. So they wouldn't be able to access them unless they had the parental consent based on the motion.
I'd like to make a comment. Restriction is not banishment. Banning books, you ban a book, you take it out of the library, you burn it in the streets like the Nazis did. That's banning book. Restricting a book really constitutes giving parental rights. And the U.S. parental rights are constitutionally protected rights and responsibilities to raise children as parents see fit, including decisions about education, healthcare, and religion. These rights are grounded in the 14th Amendment that allows parents to guide their child's upbringing, but can be limited or terminated by a court for reasons of like abuse, neglect, or abandonment if the state demonstrates a compelling interest. We are giving parents the right to restrict access to their children. That does not restrict another parent's right to gain access with their permission. This is very similar to what we do at May River High School and at River Ridge Academy in their social science fair, where the child picks a topic, shows it to the teacher. It's on social issues, and it's sexual issues, there's sexual identity issues, there's lots of very controversial issues. The child has to take home a slip to the parent, and the parent says that topic is okay for their child to do research in the library. They come back and they do that research, and they show that research on a trifold. And I have been to at least 5 of those sessions, and I see some of the books on the 97 book list that we originally were looking at. I saw pictures from the novel shown on the trifold, and asking, part of this science fair is you go around and ask the student, not only tell me about your research, and I would ask them, why did you choose a novel? And the answer was, I got a lot of facts about gender identity, for example. I learned about the suicide rates. I learned about the impact on the individual who's having those issues, and I'm having those issues. But I gained more by reading a story about what I am going through. And that made a greater impact than anything that I found when I did my research on Google about my particular issue. So I believe that this is a proper response to the state board's request to us, and I will be voting for it. And if there's no other comments, I'm going to call a roll call vote. I'll call your name by roll call. You can say aye if you support it. You can say nay if you don't, and you can abstain. If you wish to make your comment on this process, that's a good time to do that, to say to your constituents why you are voting the way you are. There's no objection. I will commence with the vote now. Objection? Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
would you mind reading the motion one more time before you start the roll call now that we've all commented, please?
Yes, the motion is that we would vote for all 9 books to be designated as restricted, which pushes the authority over to the parents.
You have it written out?
I move that the Board of Education restrict the 9 books presented. But I'll clean it up after.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
For clarification, can we just go ahead and put that in a motion? And so that it's clear exactly what the motion is moving forward. Yeah, so let's go ahead and craft that. Okay.
I move that the Board of Education, what's the rest of your?
I move that the Board of Education vote to place all 9 books presented today in the restricted category. Yes. Which honors the parental authority and consent
for their children.
That's not, that's the opposite. Rental authority. For their children. It's the most important chair. Yeah. Just like an encyclopedia. But you brought it on a piece of paper. So now you put the library on the positions.
There it is.
So I want to hear from you.
See the motion? I'll read it one more time. I move the Board of Education vote to place all 9 books presented today in the restricted category, which honors the parental authority and consent to govern their children.
Taking it away. Taking it away. Yeah, that's a typo. It's just governed. Governed.
All right, I'll begin the vote. First, Pastor Gordon. Aye. Miss Gordon. Aye. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Nay. Aye. Mr. Small. Dr. Carr.
No, I request that they be returned to the shelves without restriction.
Mr. Dallas.
Aye.
Aye. Miss Frazier.
Aye.
Aye. Miss Hay.
Aye.
Miss Boatright.
No.
And I vote aye. The motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 2 against. Motion carries. All right. Are we ready to move on to the next agenda item? Okay. Next agenda item. Beaufort County School District's Blue Cross Blue Shield Foundation grant letter or of intent or application for funding.
Yeah. Send you it. Thank you. Good morning, board members. You should have in your possession actually the next 2 agenda items. Your booklet will contain an executive summary. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. Starting on page 1. And the booklet that you have on pages 3 will start the executive summary for a letter of intent to apply to the Blue Cross Blue Shield South Carolina Foundation. This is in support of operational expectation OS7. Whenever there is a grant in request to anything over $1 million, I must update you. Let me give you some background information. The letter of intent to apply has been shared with the Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Carolina Mental Health, investing in the health and well-being of South Carolina children and families. The Blue Cross Blue Shield South Carolina Foundation grant focuses on areas that will have a lasting positive impact on the state of South Carolina, and I must add, Beaufort County Schools. Those areas include, and they are listed in there, they support access to care, building a stronger workforce for health, improving the quality and value of health and health care, investing in the health and well-being of South Carolina children and families, as well as special projects. If you look down to the bottom on page 3, it identifies the name of the grant. It is under the term framework. Family research-based advocacy for mental health, early childhood development, and wellness for improved outcomes, relationships, and kids. This grant will be embedded in current research that highlights the responsive neurodevelopmental roots of mental health in early childhood and suggests that the promotion of self-regulation in early childhood has the potential to delay the onset of chronic psychopathology. So let me put this into other language. What we're looking is the opportunity of screening young children earlier to see if Mary may not be where she needs to be developmentally and putting in earlier interventions in support of our early childhood. Also providing the opportunity of our teachers in early childhood to identify ACEs or critical areas that a child may be exhibiting, lack of resiliency, lack of control, and putting in additional support so that Mary later on, I'll use myself as the example, Mary later on may be able to be in the right, or actually receive the support necessary to have a positive experience in our learning environment. This is a letter of intent. We have not completed the RFP, and I wanted to bring it to your attention.
So why is the school district leading the grant proposal if this is 0 through 5, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but we don't interact with children until
we start interacting with children actually at age 4, and we would partner with Head Start. So we actually have a PPK scenario that we are interacting with children from ages 4 and 5.
Because I'll just share, I mean, I don't know enough about this, so I defer to the experts, but like the South Carolina Infant Mental Health Association sounds pretty dystopian to me. There's a part of me that's like worried. All of my nephews and nieces who were born after a certain age have been put in occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy. They've been diagnosed with, we are, in my opinion, it's a little bit much, and I don't know much about it. And I'm not sure why Head Start wouldn't apply for the grant and partner with the school. I'm just saying, like, to me, it feels like we're expanding sort of what the school's responsibility is into a younger age group. And I am concerned about who's going to be doing this therapy, how they're going to be recommended. Like, it seems like a big bite is, I guess, all I'm saying. So I just want to say, you guys I don't know enough about it to say it's a good idea or bad idea, but I just want to raise the concern that I think lowering the age at which there are certainly appropriate situations for some sort of interventions, I just don't know how we're going to implement this, and I have some concerns.
May I? So the services will be provided through partnership with local licensed therapists in the county. I do want to share that the experience at Ashley Gould, our director of early readiness, many of our teachers are finding more and more creative behaviors in our classrooms, down to the point that children are not even ready for use of toilets. We're still utilizing diapers at the age 5 for many coming in. There are outbreak of behavior. A lot of this is post-COVID that was cited earlier today in our meeting. Additional support for parents, additional support for students, and having readiness for learning as an intervention is probably at the core of this intent of the grant. At this time, the board does not have to take any action. This is actually an area of information only. When the RFP is completed, all information will be brought forward to the board for additional details. A committee is being established for the writing of it, and I can keep you appraised of that process at all times.
Thank you, Dr. Stratus. I tend to agree with Ms. Boatwright. My concern is how many 4 or 5-year-olds are we talking about? Do you have numbers for us, or what particularly are they not doing at that age that they should be doing at that age? And is that something that may be an IEP thing or growth, non-developmental? What are we talking about?
So if I could bring you to page 4 where it says grant anticipated outcomes. In that first sentence, it identifies improved earlier learning, self-regulation, parenting skills, and provider of child development and adverse childhood experiences, knowledge, and skills. Being able to decrease office referrals for pre-K and kindergarten students, and increase referrals for mental health, or I want to say more mental wellness. The goal ultimately is to have less of an increase of looking at students onto a pathway for special education and giving support early enough to our children to say, maybe Mary just needed some developmental support in certain areas that are appropriate for my age versus putting me directly on a pathway for MTSS for special education as well. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I guess my question was in that same grant anticipated outcomes, it says decrease office referrals for pre-K and kindergarten students and increase referrals for mental health services. That's the part that got my attention. I understand decreasing the referrals for that age of student. But when I guess you throw them more into the mental health services of it, is this something that's going to track them for the rest of the school year? I mean, for the rest of their school life? The school records are going to show, oh, well, he had mental issues when he. Okay.
We're not allowed to do that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Versus a disciplinary does get input. So when it says discipline, we're talking discipline matrix, that we are experiencing an increase of discipline at younger ages with students. Any type of support that a child may receive through counseling that is absolutely confidential on a student.
Okay. Okay.
That includes us adults as well.
Got you. So we would probably have to hire, if this was to go in place, we'd have to hire qualified.
Yes, sir. That is part of the grant in itself, is partnering with outside agency, but also building the resiliency of the classroom teacher, not to turn first to a discipline referral, but to help build that opportunity of being able to work with Mary as, yes, I may not be acting what we may believe is a 5-year-old how we should act. And Mary may have a little explosive behavior in the classroom. Does that turn into a discipline referral immediately? Or does it turn for the opportunity to de-escalate Mary and then have a counselor come in and speak with Mary before there's a pathway of discipline happening on that child as well?
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
The South Carolina Chamber of Commerce had a really phenomenal gathering yesterday at TCL. Was very well attended by a very diverse group of leaders from the community, business, philanthropic, medical, 3 levels of education. And one of the things that was offered is that and I've learned this in the last 3 years I've been on the board. I had no idea before. That period of time between birth and actually coming into the doors of the public schools, that is really prime learning and development space. And the average parent has no idea. And so if we can come up with some institutional solutions that basically give those kids a chance, to me, this is that type of initial effort to start looking at that. Businesses are beginning to realize, and school districts have to expend a lot of money to compensate for a kid who hasn't had that nurturing and catching them up. And that affects the caliber of employees that these businesses are basically bringing in. And you hear them enunciate that very clearly. People don't have the interpersonal skill. They don't have the work ethic. They don't have the ability to build teams, those types of things. Good, honest, hardworking people, but they haven't had that maturation in the early years and allowed to develop over 12 ensuing years. So one of the other things, and there's a strong, it's not only a coincidence or a correlation, as they say in statistics, it's a causation type linkage to parent homes. And that is hard to bring up. And every time I bring it up, people say, well, come on. I live in American society. I know what it's like. But I think we have to be really honest with ourselves, hardly honest with ourselves, and society is saying we're going to have to do something about those things in a very positive way. So I view this as a positive way. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, sir.
Your name.
So we just heard all kinds of comments about parents wanting to respect their rights to parent and govern their children. I'm not sure that I feel comfortable reaching all the way down into 2- and 3-year-olds for this kind of stuff, because we're encroaching upon what we just decided we were going to protect. So, I mean, that seems a little awkward to me. But so is this program actively like recruiting parents to bring their kids in, or are we just saying this is a program that if you want your kid identified, scan the QR code and come see us? I mean,
It is definitely the latter of the two, sir. We cannot provide services without having parent permission. That is very much, even down to a survey being administered to a student, that is very much tied to the Parent Transparency Act. So the opportunity of service for your child, unless we go to due process, and that's a whole other complicated area. I mean, I don't want to walk that path. This would not go to that area. But the opportunity of having that type of counseling to any child involves a parent first. Right, before we could, unless that child is in some type of critical state and are going to inflict harm onto themselves, then we do have to use what resources we have as a system immediately, whether it is at a school site, a field trip. But we cannot do any of these services that would go through a screening without parental permission at all.
Ms. Frazier? Ms. Frazier?
Yes, I was just saying that the earlier the better, and whatever assistance can be offered. Thank Dr. Stratos for doing it. The earlier we can interfere in children's lives, and not even necessarily interfere, but being someone that my mom had a daycare in our home, and you can see the children struggling. Giving help and assistance is what is needed at every age.
I would need you to rephrase the question, ma'am. I do apologize. I only caught the half of it.
No question. No
All right, thank
question.
you.
It was just, it was praise for you reaching out and doing this and initiating
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
First, I want to start off by saying, thank you for bringing this forward, to the board and allowing us to know this information. My first thing would be to colleagues that this is something that we've talked about for a while. But along with that, which brings me to another situation in terms of relationships. I've talked about relationships with Head Start and other organizations that ties together, because one thing we have to remember is as the public sector, that when those students come to us, and majority of those Head Start students come to us, that we take from the education perspective of numbers, we inherit their numbers and we take upon they're our responsibilities. We have a bus that goes around, that drive around from different parts of Beaufort. Now, I'm not sure of what the ages the bus won't take, but I do know that the bus does take. Matter of fact, I'll pause there. Can you tell us about that?
With regard to our bus who services our families, I wish Ashley was here, but I will share with you. We service the need of families from birth all the way through. Prenatal care to young mothers, helping them once your child gives birth. We actually partner with doctors in regard to putting books in the hands of new mothers and fathers as your child is born. We provide support from early on. I do want to also bring forward that we've met with Head Start recently, and it was a very successful meeting. And I do want to draw your attention, if you look at page 5, I give you the definition of chronic. And basically, it is pervasive behavior that continues after the school has tried the tools that they have in their hands. This is just an additional toolbox to bring in experts to help our little ones so that they are ready for learning as they go forward. So I hope I gave you part of your answer, Mr. Smith.
Actually, yeah, you did give me the answer. And moving forward with my comments and understanding this, I'm glad to know that y'all have had a meeting with Head Start, in regarding this this tool moving forward. Because here's what reality is. In the last couple of days, we hadn't been in school a month. Within the last couple of days of talking to community members, watching different things over social media, we have a situation here, and not only just in this county, but in this nation, but in this county, dealing with and understanding from 0 to 5, the early on that you catch them is the better it is. Because I use myself. Hell, sometimes my colleagues may laugh at me, or they may find it difficult. I sometimes say that the earlier on that you catch us, the more help you can get. Some people catch hell getting their kids tested, and some people are relentlessly. So the earlier you catch them, and these kids can get the help that they need, then at some point, maybe in the 4th or 5th or 3rd grade, when they get that test, they may not need as much resources in those upcoming years versus having the resources that they may require now. If you visit these schools and you see some of the trauma and some of the different things that these schools are, some of the behaviors and some of the different things that occur that these kids are dealing with, then there's no question that these kids need the resources. But I want to make sure that the resources and how it's implemented is correct, and that we are putting that out there. And parents need help. Just to go back to what I was saying, to the main thing, I've heard so many parents who have had problems and issues who have said, going to the IEP makes me cry. To me, someone who has ran their IEP, who has ran their own IEP meeting, I'm glad Mrs. Monisa Dixon is sitting in the room, because she will tell you she's been in my IEP meeting and she's seen me as a student run my own IEP meeting, or tell them what I need as a kid or as a student in this district, in the same district that I'm serving on the board in today. So when I see parents say that on social media, or I hear parents tell me that going to the IEP makes them cry, and they're taking it as in, hey, listen, y'all are coming in here and telling me everything that my child isn't doing, or what the expectations are. The parents say, well, when we leave there, it's harder to go home and try to implement it on one side, and then the school is telling me what my kid isn't doing. So what tells me is that parents need some type of help and guidance to understand how they can be a team player. Not that they don't want to be. So I'm hearing that they want to be. So my thing, to get back to the main thing, if we're giving them the resources to show them that, hey, listen, this is what you want to implement your child on, so that you can understand what's going on with your child at an earlier age, and we can catch it in terms of pattern of behaviors. When you wake up in the morning, you make your bed, but if you don't come home, if you don't make your bed, then you come home to an unmade bed. So once again, if you catch the pattern of behaviors early and you starting to address it, then the parent is more lenient and more willing to say that you're not just labeling my child to attack my child. So I think that we have to understand the materials that we're dealing with and what we're given, to how we can better spearhead these things, and making sure that we're utilizing the resources that are being brought to us. Because this right here is, if this is not one of the most important things that we're doing in terms of understanding community, understanding giving parents the parental, and actually we're giving them parental decision, because we give them the opportunity and the option to engage into this process, to identify things earlier so that we can be great together. Thank you.
Yeah, following up on the comments, one of the most impressive visits I've made in the educational system since I've been here has been to Mrs. Hutchinson's parents as teachers. And I've been in the library doing some research, and one of those parents as teachers who was nationally recognized came in, and I was wearing my badge, and they started a conversation, wonderful conversation. I had no idea how in-depth and how far their outreach goes into the family and how appreciative the families were. And so I keep going back to the beleaguered American two-parent home, which is at its lowest ratio in basically data since data's been collected, which means those of us who grew up in two-parent homes, we had two parents. And rearing a kid is a challenging undertaking. And a beleaguered parent, single parent, male or female, having to work and then take care of a kid, something is going lacking. And that's what I think we have to look at it and helicopter up more strategically at the society level. I've proposed that we should add a concentric circle of something that, as far as I know, was created here in the Beaufort County School District, which are your extended learning centers. So would feed into every one of our ELC would be that outer circle created to take those little kids and make sure they're not left behind and they don't sort of surrender because they're feeling left behind. So thank you all for your work and effort.
I'd like to make a comment. The achievement gap starts at age 3. And it started when my 2 grandsons went to Sea Island Presbyterian Preschool at age 3 and 4. And then they went to kindergarten at Coosa Elementary at 5. And that's where the first time they saw the achievement gap, because they saw kids that didn't participate in any kind of program at age 3 and 4. They were already socialized. They had already learned about keeping their inside voice, sharing, lining up, and all those things. And they made the impression that those that didn't have that access were somewhat less talented, smart than they were, which is absolutely wrong, but it started there. And so we can get the biggest payoff and taking care of the achievement gap by getting them to first grade, to kindergarten at somewhat equal level. I've had people tell me, why don't we just have a mini school or something, a 2-week training period before kindergarten starts for those that haven't been in preschool? So we can teach them some of the basic things that will start them off on the same foot as those that had the ability and frankly, the funds to pay for early childhood education. So that's something we ought to think about.
Well taken, Colonel, especially coming from someone who has been a lifetime of secondary work and has turned the pages significantly into the need of early childhood work. As we go forward as a society, the gap does widen, and I'll leave that alone. I'll let that rest. If I may, Superintendent Rodriguez, may I go to the next presentation? So, board members, if I could take you back to page 1 in your handout, it'll tell you that at page 6 has the executive summary of the next component of my presentation. It is in regard to the selection of curricular programs for Beaufort County, our process. So if I could have you turn to the executive summary. In your packet, yes, sir. Actually, and that second executive summary will start technically on page 7 for you. I just want you to be able to reference the table of contents because the support documentation for this executive summary, I'll refer to it. What I started on this summary of sharing with you is what we are held at by regulation. I always like to start on what I can't change to what we do work with directly. So that would be 43-170 is very direct, sharing with us what instructional materials are. The update to the definition of instructional materials is actually provided to you here. And it is under the guidance that we work with going forward as a system to maintain that we are compliant to regulation. If I can take you to continue you to page 8, where I share with you in Roman numeral 3, that the state also has put into place what is referred to as the South Carolina Education and Economic Development. So in other words, we have our standards of content, and the state recognizes we also must develop people for the workforce. And they have brought both together. Both of those are held under regulation. So as a school system, we were held to the state standards, and as well as introducing our children at elementary to career development, at middle school, more of an exploration, and at high school, a pathway for some type of level. And I would like to say that we go into industry certification or certification of our students. As of a system, we have started to build this year. We will have an opportunity of a culinary program partnering more with CTL. So we're growing our pathways deeper. But your question was, how do we select? How do we develop? We keep an alliance to the state standards. And under career technical education, we must keep an alliance to what the state states under their Economic Development Act. So we wanted to start a career technical program that is not under the Economic Development Act. We as a school system wouldn't be able to obtain the accountability points tied with those industry certification tests that a student will sit as a high school student. Right? So we can't go create our own career pathway. But there are 32 pathways from the state. That is a significant amount, and they are aligned with economic development. What I'm sharing with you starting on page 9 is how we pull our textbooks. We are held once again to regulation. I cite here Regulation 59.31.30, the process, and you're very familiar with that. Right, there is a state vetting process that goes through a whole list of publishers from what the state approves, and school districts are allowed to pull review. It is a public review that includes parents, students, and educators at the state level, and then that is pushed down into the district level where we have material reviewed as well by our teachers. Now, I'm not saying that a textbook is a program. What I am sharing is that we have a direct process by which we follow. So if you look quickly at page 11, when we develop a program or select, we are to be aligned with the South Carolina state regulations, the standards put out from the Department of Education. We stay aligned to our policy within our administrative regulations. And then I tried to break that up. We do that from early childhood, middle grades, and high school. What you will have later in your document are the administrative regulations that we use. And I'm going to go back to the table of contents just to make it easier for you. If you look at the table of contents at IS 6 or IS 7, it gives you the exact language that we are held to. But most importantly is the instructional services 9, which says instructional program. And that is found on page 43. Yes, Mr. Dallas, I make little dissertations for you. And this cites the process by which we are held to for programs. And I want to share with you, board members. So let's go back to the career technical education. If a school wanted to start a program that was on the state list, that adoption must come in front of you by November in order to you make a decision if that's something that a school wants to do, so you can get ready for your budget season. Very seldom do we really see that happen, because we have been very fortunate to work with referendum work the past few years that has really built a robust career technical education program here in Beaufort County. And our schools are very fortunate, as are our students. But also in building that, we've had in the past few years new state standards. It has started with science, ELA, English Language Arts, and math. I'd like you to recognize that we've gone from a spiral curriculum where teachers get to reteach a little bit of last year's second grade in the third year to what is now called a STEP curriculum, where students are to master standards or skills, let's use that language more, at third grade, and then that teacher builds those skills in the next step, which would be fourth grade. That time of teaching happens in the classroom. The state is going more to a skill set versus the beautiful language of a standard, meaning thou shalt understand author's purpose. Now, they want you to understand what was the author actually saying, and you as a student, how do you talk about that? Right, so they become a little more descriptive, which is really good for the teachers, and it's really good for the students. So when you go back to programs, we try to tie everything together from what the state allows us to what the standards are in relation to that, and then the textbooks that must be adopted in accordance to the state. Kept it simple. I gave you the regulations, sir. I do want you to note that in here you have Regulation 38 and also in 38.1, which is part of that. There are options for our parents to be, with regard to materials that they don't want their students to receive. It's an opt-out model. Chairman Guyer, if I may share that as we bring forward programs, we normally do go through academic committee as well, sir. Any questions? Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How does the state know, and then how do we know, what are the emerging technologies that we should be training in career and technical education?
Beautiful. Well, part of that was yesterday, the opportunity of working with workforce. Part of that is monthly. There are career technical education meetings that we have representatives who attend. Mrs. Gilbert is very proficient and very dedicated at attending all those meetings. Then that information is actually not kept in isolation. It is shared with actually all our directors. We have updates from during our director meetings. So if you are math content, your English language arts, you happen to be career technical education, you bring those updates to the table. So then we identify and look updates, where do they align with our internal goals that we have in instructional services department. And then we start collaborating to set up, this is where we're going next. So the state, for example, 2 years ago, AI was coming forward to the table. They put forward an opportunity to have artificial intelligence course. We actually have 2 schools coming forward this academic school year. Bluffton High actually was our first school addressing that course. That's going through career technical education. And the integration of the software, I'm going to call it Magic Bus, and it is called Magic Bus. It reminds me of an old Miss Frizzle, cartoon, but so that information is brought down. It is shared to the division. From the division, then we build the capacity of our educators as well. And obviously, we integrate that during our budget season.
I received an email from a vendor that I sent off to Dallas. Right. Title, Exploring AI for School Board Members. And they want to know how they can be helping us evaluating student education and achievement using AI and other things. And we're in a time of extreme, rapid technological growth. And I'm just concerned that we could end up in a cul-de-sac. We picked the wrong one, or if we put a lot of emphasis in that. This guy wants to meet with us and tell us what his firm, but there's all kinds that are out there trying to get that. But there are things like coding. Coding's a dead end now.
Mm-hmm.
There's not going to be coders. It's going to be AI is going to do that. And so if we had a program for coding, they're in a cul-de-sac. You can't go anywhere. So that's my concern. And how we can keep abreast of that is going to these meetings. But I'm concerned that if the state is looking forward to that, I don't have a lot of confidence in the state. So that's something that it's a long discussion.
It is, sir, and I will share that's at a level outside of my immediacy, but I'm sure those voices are resonated. And I will put forward that as we work in the area of technology, our division works very closely with technology here in the building. We do not step forward making sure that we do not bring anything forward or not that cannot be capable to the hardware that we have or anything that will compromise what we have in the system. The state is a little bit lagging at growth. We are held to state code directory for courses that we use. And as courses are developed, we are also held as a division and obviously as a board and a system to build that capacity of the district and the teachers simultaneously. And we work closely at doing that and we keep a close eye.
Once you bring up AI, I have to jump into the middle of the conversation. It's just what I'm passionate about right now. But I think one of the issues I have, we were talking about this briefly in technology, we don't allow kids to have access to ChatGPT, to Claude, to any of these programs, as far as what I've been told. So I'm not sure what the two AI courses are, because I'm not so concerned with teaching people, how to use how to build a large language model, how to, code for these different things. We will still need coders. They're just going to be at a higher level because the baseline coding is all being done by AI. But I think what worries me is that we're not incorporating this technology into the classroom. So not specifically AI specific courses, but I just completed a certification program in AI in healthcare. New doctors, new nurses have to have that to do their jobs. I think that one thing we should be talking about, whatever curriculum and course we talk about, AI is going to be a tool, and these kids that don't know how to use it are going to hit the world in a lot of trouble. That was a terrible way to put it. If they go to college, it doesn't matter what career they're in, even in the trades, billing, administrative tasks. We are implementing where I work, AI donor management, AI receptionists. So if you don't, and it allows your business to scale. So if we're not incorporating AI into our already curriculums in some way, I think we are doing a disservice to kids. So I would like to see, even beyond picking a AI specific course, we can modernize it quickly by showing people how AI can enhance what they're currently learning. There is this sort of gut reaction to it's cheating, right? And I have written a fair number of letters, essays. My speech that I gave at graduation was written with a lot of help from AI. But that's what everyone's doing. The only people that aren't doing it are, kids, because it's seen as cheating and they need to learn to go through the process. But we have to come up with some ways to evaluate them. These standardized tests, these essays, et cetera, they're not going to work as effectively. In-classroom work is being talked about a lot. So I think that's where I would like to see these curriculum things go, is how do we allow kids to begin to access these tools and learn to use them? Because they're going to have to use them. It is not cheating. It is just the reality of life.
So if I'm hearing correctly, ma'am, it is the additional resources aligned to programs, correct?
I would say
And I could bring
enhancing the
forward that
current
research.
curriculum
Yes, ma'am.
with the AI tools. And we need to sort of train the educators to an extent that this is not cheating. It's how the world is going to be done. People do not it's built into every email software. I don't know how many of you guys write your own emails. I pretty much don't. I pretty much like put the bullet points in, AI writes it.
I think one of the things that I'm going to say educational organizations, I'm not going to speak for other organizations, but I would say educational organizations are struggling a little bit with. It's not so much the cheating, because I would say that's there maybe, but the truth is, I mean, kids use it. May not use it on our device, but they're using it on their phone. They're using it on their device at home, right? But a lot of times when you gain access to one of those AI platforms that exist out there, first thing people do is say, check yes, 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 let me on, right? When they gain access without reading, and I venture to say most people don't read it, those terms of conditions and all that stuff, yes, check, 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 yes. When they gain access to that, many times you're giving up access to your own data, to your own information externally to some of those AI platforms. Okay, so for example, if you use it potentially, if you use it here, right? It's all public comment, right? Not necessarily a big deal, but if you use it, a lot of times that ends up in the public domain, right? So the acknowledgement that is made in accessing the platform sometimes can open up an organization or a system. And I'm also speaking a little bit beyond my own capacity, so I'm just going to glance and see if what I'm saying to double thumbs up. Okay, double thumbs up on that. So that is a challenge, right? That I think organizations, educational organizations, to some degree, well, definitely health organizations have to work through that stuff too, I would imagine, have to contend with as they step into this new world, right, of AI.
So agree.
And students are using it, right? For sure, right? Teachers are using it, for sure.
Board members,
superintendents, right? People are using it, right? So I think it's a matter of having to work through and figure those things out in order to sort of not stop the wheels of progress, which are turning.
Yeah, I think this is one of those, I always, I've been telling Marines for 24 years of my career, you change with the Marine Corps, it changes without you. And I feel the same way about technology. You either change with technology, it changes without you. There are people that are resistant to technology. I don't understand it, so I'm just going to leave it alone. I'll let my kids show me how to do it, that kind of stuff. I get it. But this district has been a trendsetter in many things, ESSER funds, the books, whether it's positive or negative, we're trendsetters. Instead of being scared of the state, I think this is a situation where we can be an example for the state. I guarantee there are school districts across the country that are dealing with this. How do we learn from them? How do we integrate AI ethically, and at the operational, tactical, and strategic level? It can be done. It can be done. We just have to choose to do it. That's all.
This conversation is good, but however, in terms of using not just the AI component, I still hear parents who tell me every day, "Are y'all still teaching how to tell time down there? Are y'all still using textbooks?" So, I don't mind having the AI component and the technology component. But we cannot get lost because at some point in time, with technology moving as fast and as waves moving, it could crash. And how we know that? That's why we have all these off areas where we store technology. So why are you saying that, Mrs. Smith? It's because I don't, as the young folks say, I don't want to get lost in the sauce. It's very easy to get lost in the sauce. So what does that mean? Is I appreciate the AI component, but also let's remember that there are other components too that goes along with this, that we must still keep our targets on, because also in terms of that achievement gap is also, some people don't know, is also a what they call a wealth gap, because as Mrs. Boatwright may have the aggressive knowledge, and maybe she may be the IB student who may have the resources to use or understand what AI does as quickly, and versus another student may not have those resources. So in terms of resources in the wealth gap, which some people call the achievement gap, is some people may not have resources that other people may have. So even in terms of teaching some of this curriculum or teaching some of these different things in terms of having parental help, some of these parents may not be equipped to be able to engage in helping their kids. That's another reason why we run into some of the issues that we run into. So just be mindful in terms of when we move, how we move, and how we educating parents to be able to be parents. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I hear what you're saying, and that's true. I think in some ways, you're also making the argument to support the use of the AI, because doing it through school allows everybody to access that experience and opportunity, right? Where maybe on their own they may not have that access to it, right? So I hear what you're saying. Don't forget the basics, right? And then at the same time, as we acknowledged, the world is technology is moving, and so the system also is in a position to help provide exposure to those who may not have as much of it on their own, right? When you talk about tutorials and things like there are a lot of tutorial component. Like Khan Academy has a AI component to it now, right? And so there's a lot of resources out there that can be helpful in students, academic support.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stratus. You're so calming with your voice that I almost didn't have any as you present to us and enlighten us about what is going on. And Ms. Boatwright is correct about we're on the way to AI. I had no idea what AI was, until this year. And I was watching TV, and there was it wasn't an Olympic running, but they were competing. The AIs were competing with young people who were actually participating in running and jumping, and although they fizzled out, and crashed, and but their operators got right on the field and picked them up and carried them off the field. But I bet you next year they will complete the task because they are learning what we do. This was a human-like AI. There was like 3 of them that they showed. And so our children, you're right, what they get and what they're exposed to happens right here in the classroom. But they are already aware of AI. They are already aware. They're just waiting for us to pull that button, push them into what they need in order to be, learning adults who are participating and working alongside the AIs, mean, I hate to say it, but it's true. Some of them will be replacing some of our children at McDonald's, so, or, in the corporate, teaching a class. So, this is forward thinking, as we look to the future. The future's already here. We're already behind. People, we are already behind. If we're just now talking about adding an AI course to the curriculum, we're already behind. So let's do the good where the good is needed and trying to and in doing, keeping up and giving our children what they need. Parents will come along, like, Mr. Nay said, hey, I'll ask my kid how to do it. My grandchildren program my phone and show me how to just speak into it and not even have to write. I had no idea I could do that, because my vision is not like it used to be. So in the realm of being educators, and you're talking about a textbook, talking about a clock, kids don't use that anymore. They don't. They touch their watches, they touch their iPhones or whatever, and it tells them what time it is. They know what 2018 is. I know Colonel knows what that is. I know Nay knows what that is, but they already know what time. So let's continue to be enlightened by Dr. Stratus and what they're bringing forth. And I do like the money that's coming for the $1 million. I love the money that will help. But I just want to make sure that the money is going to
The right
programs.
place.
That we're not having to hire new teachers, and I know we will, but that it doesn't eat up all the money that can help the children. So, and I'm rattling, but it's been a lot put at us, but, if we can get on board with AI, I think we should, people.
Good.
I really do, for educate.
Good.
And, I'm gonna take a class myself in AI.
Okay.
But thank you for all that you do for us.
Miss Hay?
Yes, sir. I am enjoying the AI conversation as Dr. Rodriguez and I were just discussing some AI options for the district the other day. Actually, in terms of monitoring facility equipment and things of that nature. However, I have individuals in my family who build AI models for different industries. And it's fascinating because I'm not even sure I'm cautiously optimistic about AI. I'm just cautious about AI as a whole. I'm an avid reader and recently was reading a book. I had finished the entire book and recalled some information because I was thinking about a business idea. And I couldn't figure out what chapter they discussed this specific database. So I went into ChatGPT and was looking for, hey, ChatGPT, can you tell me in such and such a book by such and such an author, so on and so forth, gave it everything it needed. It returned the wrong page to me. Then when I told the AI, nope, that's incorrect, basically try again, it still gave me the incorrect information. So my point in all of this is saying that's one of the largest models. The information that it returns to you isn't correct, but it's important to teach. If we were introducing this to the classroom, teachers and students need to know how to double check because this isn't foolproof and it isn't, the end all be all, but also in terms of education, My oldest child was just given a syllabus from a class in which the teacher stated that AI, there's zero tolerance, AI cannot be used. However, my husband, who is very marinated in the AI, could tell that she wrote her syllabus and the intro to the class using AI because there actually are flagged telltale signs when someone uses AI to write. So he got a chuckle out of it because he's like, so the teacher's telling the students they can't use AI, yet the teachers used AI to introduce her, this class to them. So in that realm, I'm just saying again, caution, because as Mr. Smith likes to always say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So we can't be allowing our teachers to use AI to write course material, intros to classes, things of that nature, when we do have educated parents at home who are learning how to use the tool ahead of a lot of the educators, and then can tell and then start to question the value of the education when they realize that educators are using the AI to educate their children. So all I'm saying in all of that is to cautiously step our toe into this, or when we're being courted by people to apply AI to our educational system, we need to court multiple suitors, not just one or two. We need to look at the whole gambit, but then also perhaps get some other AI professionals involved to look through and make sure we're getting the value and can sidestep pitfalls that perhaps we don't see, but others know are there. So thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Gordon, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, Ms. Hayes just slammed everything that I wanted to say. But me and myself being an avid reader and coming up how I came up in education, we had to dig into it and get it done, And I found I like to take notes. I like to write notes. When somebody introduced an app to me, and I'm like, you know what, I'm never gonna write another note, because what the app did for me was it characterized everything. And everybody was talking, speaker A, speaker B. I'm like, wait a minute. I put my pen down, I'm about to retire my pen now. But Ms. Boatwright said something. How do we get the teachers to the point where we're able to say to them, okay, the child went through AI, but they're not cheating? I think that's a line that we're going to have to face if we put AI in place, fully. How do you teach the teachers? Okay, no, they actually were doing the research, but this is research now. It's not encyclopedias anymore. It's AI. So one click, like Superintendent said, 1, 2, 3 click, and they're there. But getting the teachers to the point where, okay, they didn't cheat. Where's that line at? Is that a gray area for us or what?
Else,
So, thank you, Pastor Gordon. And I think it is, there was probably back in the day, because I had those dot matrix printers. Y'all remember those? And they were just getting the word processing and stuff. And people are like, it's cheating. You got to write it by, it's kind of where we're at, right? But I think that everyone's made really excellent points about not trusting it. We've got to teach these kids how to be skeptical and to validate what they're being told. To Dr. Rodriguez's point, I think it's comparable to Google searches. Google tracks your data. If y'all don't know, if you've ever been walking around and all of a sudden talking about something and you get an ad, it tracks your location. It tracks everything you say. So to feel like, well, AI poses an exceptional new risk, I'm not sure. I think it's new, but I don't think it's different than what we've had. I think that we also need to teach our students about data privacy. Because you talk about the phone, you go in, everything's preset to sharing data all over the place. And you got to go in and turn that stuff off, right? So there's that. So you've got to teach kids about data privacy. You got to teach them about the skepticism of AI. And Mr. Smith, to your point, a couple of use cases, it's not about just writing papers. So we talked before about it's hard for smaller local contractors to get contracts with the school district, right? Because we have a lot of extra criteria. If you're a big company and you went to business school and you might have that acumen. We might graduate kids who have the skills to do the job. Now with AI, how do I get certified? what kind of license do I need? What kind of certification? It's like having a built-in, in some cases free, some cases $20 a month, assistant, so that I think it actually bridges the wealth gap because you don't have to know everything. You don't have to hire an expert or a consultant. I think AI is going to be really hard on the consultant industry. So another use case that I think that the school should immediately be looking into is tutors in the native language. So Conmigo, if you're having trouble in 8th grade math, there is an 8th grade math AI, and you can do it in Spanish. So the kids can go home with their devices and ask them, and I'm not going to be able to do it in Spanish, but, say something like, here's the answer to question B, it's B. The AI will know that it's Spanish or German or, Farsi, and will respond to the child in their native language and it'll say, that is incorrect and here's why. And here's the correct answer. And the child can then follow up with their own questions like, well, what about this? My teacher told me this. And the AI will act as a personalized language-specific tutor, and it remembers you. So you build a relationship where it remembers what you as a student respond best to. That is something the district cannot afford. We cannot afford personalized, multilingual tutors for every student, but for $20 a month, AI can do it. So I think that it's something that we need to be teaching the kids and the teachers how to use. But man, the use cases are phenomenal for stepping up people's ability to participate in the upcoming job market. So that's all I wanted to respond to.
Thank you. Thank you, board members.
There's a hand back
Huh?
up. Elizabeth Hay, go ahead.
Yes, just one more thing. I know it can sound daunting to try. I can't even imagine how to figure this out. If I were Dr. Stratos, to figure out the best programming, let's say for AI for teachers and students. And obviously she has a team to help her. However, there are simple ways to check the students from the student end. For example, again, you child, he had summer reading, and the majority of the kids he spoke to didn't read the book. So we, the parents, received an email the other day saying how panicked the kids are because the teacher has now announced a comprehension test that will be taking place next week. And I immediately saw through it because the kids had been telling each other up until the last day of summer that they still had not read the book, which told me they were more than likely using AI to write their reports for them. There were different report options. You could write an autobiography of a character, you could write an alternate ending, you could write an alternate epilogue, so on and so forth. Well, I know ChatGPT can do that for the students. So I just find it funny from a mom and a board member's perspective, knowing that these kids are now panicking because they're going to have a comprehension test on the actual book that they didn't read. But the point in it is that's another tool to cross-reference to make sure, little Johnny, even though he might have used AI, he might have actually read the book. Or you find out the ones who didn't do the work and used AI to write their reports. So it's just a really interesting, tide that we're wading into here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, actually, sit down. You can sit down. I just was going to say, just in a funny, it just reminded me listening to Mrs. Madam Sari and Madam Derry, Secretary Mrs. Boatwright, and Mrs. Hay. I remember a time when I had Dr. I'm going to say Dr. Jackson, Mrs. Dr. Jackson class in high school, and we would have to bring current events to class. It was about 5 of us. And she said, that was when plagiarism came out. So, you go to the internet and you cut and paste. And, it was current events. So a couple of us was, we smart. We went to that. I forget. We were that afternoon. A couple of us had some late assignments in, and so we had to. She gave us some time to get our current events in, and we went straight over to the library, just some cutting and pasting. And she called us back. She said, "I know y'all didn't do that. I know." Like, what you talking about? I know y'all didn't do that. And so basically what we did was we cut and paste, but I guess we didn't understand that she could just put it in. And I mean, but we were thinking at that time, I don't think we understood exactly the principles of plagiarism. And we just cut and paste and we turned it in 0. Try it again. Put it in your own words. So it's just, this is going to be an interesting thing moving forward to have the situation like this. They are going to occur, but we just have to make the best of them when they do. Just to be a long story short. Thank you.
I think this is a good time for a lunch break. We have lunch ready. And so if you'd like to go, let's plan to be back by a 12:45. All right, 8% project selection process. And that sounds like that's Robert?
The dynamic
Carol. the
duo.
Duo.
Yeah, myself and Carol. So yes, thank you for allowing us to come talk with you today. This came up as a conversation out of the operations committee. And so based on that conversation, that request, we put this presentation together for you. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Carol Crutchfield.
Well, and I think Robert just hit on that. We've heard some feedback from you all as board members and from staff that the capital project list and the process for getting something on the list and how it works and how you get something complete needs to be a little more transparent. So we're bringing this conversation to you so you can also give us feedback on how we can help make that transparent for everyone. Next slide, Robin. So I'm going to touch base on a couple of things. I know you all know, but these are just kind of here as reminders. What is a capital improvement project? So it's a long-term investment for what's the physical infrastructure of our school district buildings. And these typically involve construction, renovation, or a major repair of actual school facilities or the things in those like HVAC units. And that would have a useful life of 10 or more years. And then the next slide is, again, a reminder about the facilities master plan. That lists out all those major projects that we're talking about when we're talking about new construction and gives you a look ahead for what you might be seeing in the future for capital projects. And then there are only 3 ways to fund facility needs, capital improvement needs in South Carolina. A referendum, which we've done 2 of, one in 19 and one in 23. The 8% funding, that is the bulk of what this conversation is about, and impact fees. We've tried impact fees in the past. That didn't work. So we feel like right now we really only have 2 options for funding capital improvement needs. So we have a strategic approach to a life cycle replacement for items that are in the school. And that's really based off our facility condition assessment that we had done back in 2022. And so we are continuously assessing all of these things that you see listed, all these different types of assets, and adding to that list. So how things get on the list is part of that process. So they come from a variety of sources. That next slide, Robin, if you don't mind. The facility condition assessment, obviously. But then we have a roofing consultant. He looks, we have a roof leak. He goes out there and he looks and he says, oh, this is a quick repair, or no, this is a bigger problem. And we need to put that on the capital improvement list. Maintenance and construction staff, they can add projects. Principals, athletic directors, school improvement councils, community feedback. We hear something, principal might put it on a list because they've heard some things from the community. Certainly our own instructional staff, something needs to change to meet the instructional needs of the students. Student services department for special education students. Sometimes we get projects home from them. Transportation, because we also fund buses and vehicles and all those things out of 8% list. Food service, and then technology and the projects that are needed to not only just life cycle replace, but to beef things up when we need to as we add more items. So that's kind of where all the projects come from. And then know that we have a huge list. If you sit in an operations committee, you've seen the list. So it goes into a database. And when it goes into this database, we're tracking all these fields, which are the columns that you see across the top. And every project has this information in it. And so we talk about when we put it in there, when we initially think it might be needed. And again, that usually comes from whatever source it was that put that item on the list, which we also track. When did this project get on the list? Who put it on the list? And what do we think it's gonna, when it could potentially be done? But we're constantly reassessing that. So since we went through the 8% list with you all back in May, June through the operations committee, we have been working internally because we've heard feedback from you all about not wanting to see everything on the list, but wanting to see things a little more categorized. So we've been working on the categories and how that we can better show you the information so that it makes more sense and you'll know exactly what we're going to be working on. So these are sort of the categories we've kind of focused in on: the discipline and the sub-discipline. So the discipline would be, athletic support, building envelope, the roof, the walls, the windows, what's inside the building, what's on the site, what's outside the building. Furniture, fixtures, assets, and then technology gets its own category. And so we've taken those categories we worked on and then applied that to the database. Go ahead with the next one, if you would, Robin. So I just pulled up something really quickly and just pulled out some things just to show you how you could potentially see things as you go through and make decisions for the next round of process, so that you see things for the whole list that we would present by discipline and sub-discipline, and have a pretty good idea of where we intend on spending money. And then again, on the next slide, you can see that you can even break that down further. So you can have that detail by school. So you would know exactly discipline, sub-discipline by each school. And again, this can be done for every year going forward as we build out a full 10-year plan. So now we kind of have a list. And so the next part of the process is kind of talking about amongst operations staff and with other stakeholders involved, and that includes the principals and staff at schools. When does that project really need to be completed? Does it need to go this year? Can it go 1 year? Or are we really looking at a 5-year future project? Can it be combined with other projects that are needed at your school so that we can minimize disruption at the school and maybe put two things together and get them done at one time to save efficiencies on time and efficiencies on money? And then how often are we shutting down a school? We don't want every summer for that school to have to go through major construction. We want to try to group things together so that we major things 1 year and maybe we don't touch them for 2 more years. So we look at that as well. And then what things are happening at a school during the summer. So there's a whole summer coordination meeting that happens between operations staff, instructional staff, because we look at what's happening for summer schools, aftercare, what camps are coming in, and what the needs are for those individual schools, and how, perhaps summer camp happens at a different school if we're going to close this down. So that is, again, part of that process and decision making as we go through when and how things get on the list. So as we were talking about how to present the whole process to you, because it's not a simple process, and I think people think it is, but it's really not. And it takes longer than people realize. So we put the next slide, if you would, Robin. So if you think about, if you've ever played the game of life and you get thrown a curve in the game of life, you draw that card, now you got to go down this path. Things happen. And then chutes and ladders. So for us, we feel like the process is kind of like the game of life and chutes and ladders. You start out here, you think you're going there, something happens and whoop, you're going down a chute and now you're over here, and then you regroup and you do another thing. So trying to make that visual for a process gets us to the next slide. That's why Robert's up here to help me talk through this and make sure we get it right. again, it's hard to start with where is the beginning of the cycle because it's always a cycle. But I decided to start in January because that's usually when we start talking to principals, asking them, what are your capital improvement needs? What would you like to see on the list? And so at that point, they're usually reviewed with the project managers and talking about what's already on the list, what they need to get it on the list. So during February, we start refining what is the scope of what they're really asking for, plus the other needs that are coming in from those other sources, and looking at what potential pricing may be for that. Then March, Finance Department and the board define what's our 8% borrowing capacity. How much money do we think we were going to need? You know, in past years, it was around 25 million, crept up to 30 million. Past couple of years, we've had a little bit more than that, but we know that that's not always going to be the case. So then we start with operations committee, usually in April. That might take 1 or 2 meetings. And in May, it may again take 1 or 2 meetings where we're in operations committee before they make a recommendation to move on to the full board. And then the full board would make an approval usually end of May, 1st of June. June, the month of June, the 8% list is approved and bonds can be issued. That's not right.
Yeah, the board
Okay.
approved. Carol corrected, Tanya corrected us on this. The board approves the bonds, which are issued later, but we need that for July, which is actually kind of the drop dead date, when the millage rate has to be set with the county auditor. So you have to take into account what's been approved so that millage rate can be set. So
You got it.
keep going.
Okay. And then July, August, we sort of start the RFP process for architects and contractors for those projects for that year's approved list. So August, the funds usually become available so that we can start spending money on those projects. September, project managers are assigned to those projects, and then design and budget start. And then we jump into sort of that cycle. If you think of a spiral, now we're going into the spiral because again, in January, we're going to start over again with this whole process for another year of 8% funding. So the next slide sort of drops us into the purple loop. So October, November, architects and contractors are on and giving us project timelines. So we'll know whether, is this a 1-year project, a 2-year project? How is this, is it going to be phased? How is this going to work? November, PMs review approved project lists with the principals. So again, they're going back to the principals and talking to them about what got approved. Here's what our timeline is and looking at that project itself. Then December through May, you all approved GMPs for big projects, and we began ordering equipment for things that are needed. This is where I sort of have the off arrow, year-round work track. Some things can't just happen over a summer. Some things we have to phase and schedule throughout the year. So there are some projects that go into that year-round work track, and some projects stay in the loop to try to get completed within close to a year. So then January, again, we begin summer coordination meetings. And again, we're talking to principals again for the next year. So we're in this spiraling thing here. March, for this first set of projects, we're doing summer coordination again. On a bid sets are coming in for those projects at the same time. April, we might bid that project. May, we would have a final summer coordination. This is what's really happening in your school this year. May, June, summer projects would begin. August, some projects are going to be complete if they didn't go out to that year-round track. And then once those are complete, they would go into another loop, which I did not really detail, but if you've been part of our any clock discussions, closeouts can kind of become its own process for closing a project out, getting everyone paid and saying, we're done. And so for ongoing projects, then September, October, we are continuing with those projects. So the next slide sort of is a visual of all of that put together. So you can see kind of what operations and finance and technology, because they certainly have projects with us. All of this is going on. So I think sometimes there's a perception that it's a one-year process, and we wanted you all to understand it's not really. It could be, but not all projects are one-year cycle projects. Okay. And I think that is where I'm going to take questions from you all on the process.
First, I'll say I thank you for this presentation. And this is brought, why was this presentation particularly brought forward?
Sort of two things. You all,
There was a request at some time. I don't remember who made it, but there was a request, and it was either part of future topics or I think you made the request actually about 8%. I think you did.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why it's on.
Also, okay. I'll go back and look at that, but also, not just about 8%, but I'm gonna stick to the 8%. What I will say is, in understanding this process, is that I clearly pretty much understand the process, but I'm glad now that we're being able to put some technology to it and how we're tracking it. But there are some steps in here that, because really we've been tracking these projects for years. In fact, Colonel Guy and I was in a meeting last night along with Mr. Pastor Gordon, and he had a book. And in that book that he held up is the 8% projects. And the 8% projects has been in that book for the last couple of years in this process. And even though we have this process, one of the situations is that our team just seems like we're running into is that some of the projects that are not on the things that are not on the 8% projects are issues that are occurring in the district. So which brings concern in terms of, and I think I want to know in terms of how we how are we aligning I think my question was also really more in terms of how are we moving forward with these 8% projects, and how are we aligning the goalposts in terms of how we handle what needs to be handled first in the district, and not just the 8% projects, because and I think I got this because of the last 2 years we've been in the paper for air conditioning unit issues, and this is something that has been occurring. And to me, it seems like this is something that is something that is very important, and not even just closing down school. I get what you're saying, but my question was, I believe I said it started the process was when I was asked that to give more. I said the process, and I understand this is a part of the process, but my question would be better yet. I digress. How long have we been running the same process? And my question is, what have this process given to us? And what does this process have shown to us? So I'll start with those 3 questions.
Well, I don't know how to answer how long we had this same process. We've had this process since I've been here, 14 years. That we refine it and tweak it every year and improve on it every year as much as we can. And we have new information and new people involved. Like one of the things the referendum has brought, obviously, is we have the support of Turner, Townsend, Heary. So we have a whole nother realm of staff and people that we can use to benefit us when we do these lists. A lot of the 8% lists now are done through Turner, Townsend, Heary, as far as managing the database. They have construction estimators. So we can gather a whole lot more information because we have more resources now. But the actual way that we do it has not really changed from year to year for the last 14 years and you've been here a little longer than me. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'll let Ms. Zinger ask Ms. Zinger that
Well,
question.
So,
the one thing,
I'm Shrouding, is
Yeah.
it fair to say, excuse me, is it fair to say that the lists and the projects are initially generated based on needs, identified needs? Then is it fair to say that from time to time, something leapfrogs something else in terms of being a necessity immediately?
I would say all the time, not time to
Okay.
time, all the time.
So I think that's one of the things you're trying to figure out. From the question I heard was,
There are a couple things. I said, first off, a referendum money can only fix things that are mentioned in the referendum. You cannot use the money for anything outside of that. And so then he said, okay. And so he said, then I go back to my basic point. Well, why not ask for those things to get fixed? And so once again, and then that kind of goes back to the point of when I said the process. How are we how are we as I would go and say in the academics committee in terms of inventory or on our menu, how are we inventorying our menu? In other words, how are we monitoring the facilities that we have and what we have? Because I understand air conditioning could broke or it could have issues, but most of the times it just don't have a issue like that overnight. Not a whole bunch of them at the same time as miraculously. That don't happen. So I've done some management and some buildings, and I've never in my years that I've been doing it, I haven't seen that miraculously happen. So I think it comes down to some of the management of looking at the air conditioning unit and saying, hey, okay, hey, this is, I've done Freon on this one here a couple times, or this one here has been shutting off. So therefore, immediately being that sets precedence because there's something going on with that. And I mean, so and there's certain times where you may check those units or you may check those things out throughout the course of the year to make sure that when it's time to be up on full gauge running, that those things are running properly and that we're able to utilize those things. And so that is something that I'm looking forward to see, or that's the understanding that I want, because when last night, I came on when the people asked me that, I can answer that.
yeah, can I?
And definitely not confidently.
So let me, I can tackle some of it and you might have to tackle some of it. Okay. So in terms of the referendum, right? You're absolutely right. What you said, right? The money is spent on what is on that referendum. So when they go back to the basic question, okay, so remember, how do we get to the projects on the referendum, right? One, you have you have a facility condition assessment. Okay. Then you have community project review committees that review facility condition assessments, review some needs. They visit schools. They identify additional needs. Remember, Community Project Review Committee came back with $900 million worth of projects, right? You can't go to the community and say, well, we need $900 million, right? So you say those were identified things, but you go back to what can you do? In this case, what can we do without raising millage? That was one of the goals, one of the targets. That landed at 439 million. Well, between 900 million and 439 million, that's scarcity. That's the unlimited wants. And the 439 million is the limited resources we've said we're going to be able to go with and not raise millage. So now you got to make decisions. What are the things that come and go, right? So Community Project Review Committee also prioritized as part of that some of the needs that they saw within that component. Our team was a part of those conversations and assessments. So that's how you land on referendum project, okay? And there are HVAC units on referendum projects. It's just not all the HVAC units because some of those are part of 8% projects, right? Okay. In addition, what I would say is, there's a misconception apparently that it's only the school district that has air condition issues. I was at just last year, for example, I was at a Walmart, had all their ACs down. All of them were down. And they were open for business, but they were working on their process of fixing their ACs. In addition, I'm speaking with people that are in hospitals. Okay. They're battling AC issues constantly. Right? Worse in August, September, and then in April, May, and June, and July. Right? Then, who's the other person? Oh, a couple of other superintendents, because I said, are you guys dealing with AC issues? Am I the only one? I need to know. Right? Okay? All of them are dealing with them. Because you got large organizations with not just 2 or 3 AC units, over 2,000 AC units, right? So we had a significant challenge last year, right? And that's how it ended up in the media, because somebody was unhappy, obviously, with it and contacted them. They did a story. So what do? They're going to come back a year later. They probably got it on a tickler file. Hey, let's check every August. See how we're doing, right? But it is an ongoing thing. They respond, they fix things, then maybe something else happens, right? And so it is an ongoing thing. Now, I think part of what the team has said in the past is that there are units that are not in good shape. And that's part of what the overall process is. I mean, fill in the blanks now, because now I'm going to delve into your realm. I don't want to live in that.
Well, if I can, as far as on the HVAC discussion, that's been requested for the operations committee, and we're developing a deep dive to have that conversation at the next operations committee. So just to know, that's going to be our discussion at our next meeting, or one of our main discussions. And I kind of chuckled when you said talking to superintendents, because I talked to another school district last week, and we were actually talking about maintenance and custodial and managing of those. Actually, it was mostly custodial. And I was like, and he's like, so is everything going well? I said, everything but HVAC. And he's like, man, tell me about it. Like, what about these new HVAC units that won't even work when they show up? I'm like, thank goodness someone else is having that problem. But yeah, so it's not just us. And when I talk to my colleagues, that's their number one issue. But we're going to do a deep dive into that next week at the operations committee. What I would like to talk to you real quick is how we, some of the challenges we have. I think going into when we come to the operations committee in April, I believe our list right now is at about 180 million
No, it's more like,
just for next year.
oh, just for next year. Yes.
So we have, and it's, 35 million, 30 million, that's a massive number, right? Well, where we're going to start, and we haven't even gone and added to the list yet by talking to principals or anybody else. We are starting with a list of 180 million, right? And we whittle that down before we bring it to the operations committee the first time. Now, how do we whittle that down? Our first priority is life safety. That's all, fire sprinkler systems, alarm systems. That's when you talk fire, life safety, that's your main items. Next is asset protection. It's going to be HVAC and roofs. When you get, I don't know what that'll whittle it down to, but just those items alone will probably be in the 40 to 50 million, right? So we're even with those, if we just did all the HVAC, roofs, and life safety, we still don't have enough money, even though it's a massive amount of money. So our next thing is we start looking at which ones we know are in the worst shape. We also look at those recurring projects we're going to have. And actually, when I said 40 to 60 million, it would include the recurring projects, which is painting, which is track resurfacing. We have those on a schedule to do on a regular time period. And then we have technology. Mark's got his 5-year plan that goes in there, and that's usually a sizable number as well. So what we do is look at all those, and then as Carol was kind of going through the process, we talk about, okay, where can we do the most benefit? Where do we get the most bang for the buck? We want to go into a school. If we're going to close it, like if know that we're painting the entire school, which we usually close anyway, and it's got these HVAC and roof projects, well, that becomes a priority because it's a need. We know we're closing the school. Let's get as much done as we can. And that's we go through the list and we whittle it down based on that. And usually we're still a little high of that 35, 40 million or even 30 million. So then you start asking, okay, which one of these HVAC system is in the worst shape? Which one is probably going to die tomorrow? Okay, well, that goes to the top of the list. And we have to talk, as Carol was saying, to ISD, where do we have major, can we close down? We can't close down all our middle schools, right? We got to have, so if all the middle schools are high priority, say, all the North of Broad middle schools, well, we can't do that. We've got to pick 2 of them or one of them so that the other one can be open for summer school. So that's the process we go through and then that's what we bring to the operations committee that we've whittled down and kind of say, here's our list and this is where we are. And usually when we bring it the first time, at least, it's still in the 40 to 50 million range so that the operations committee can have some feedback on what they've heard and what they know. So that's
Just to respond to what you and Dr. Rodriguez has said, I hear what y'all are saying, but I remember one time when I was in college and I did the student assistant AD over at college, and the president called me in and he was talking to me about some things, and he said, "I'm not a basketball coach, but what I do know about is L's and W's. Right now, we got too much L's. We got more L's than what we got W's." And by saying that is, I understand about Walmart and the hospital and other people, but in terms of my constituents and understanding that we have a responsibility to make sure that kids is getting the care that they need. Just on yesterday, I was at a school yesterday and it was in a sped class. And the sped class was so hot, I broke out in sweat. So it's the preparing, even if we have these systems down, it's the time and preparation, preparing so that even when these babies do come there, that we have these kids in a setting that's conducive for not just learning, but also for their mental capacity.
100%.
Okay.
I agree 100%.
So
no question there.
So with that being said, the world happened, things happened, this other superintendents, but I'm concerned about Beaufort, South Carolina and Beaufort County. That's my duty here to my constituents and what I'm speaking about today. Because they say the thing when things happen over and over, it's insanity. So I think that we have to better prepare and figure out now it's time to the results section. Now it's about how are we not going to let this situation happen as much, because I don't think it's so much as it is just happening and people understanding about it happening at some places, but the large amount of it happening in the majority of the buildings is what's bringing attention and what's bringing people to ask us and question me as a board member. Well, how are you doing it, and what are you doing, and what systems do y'all have in place, and how are y'all handling these? And the 8% is one component of how we deal with that. It's some other things that scream to me about the reoccurring of these things and the 8% list and how we do that. And that's why I ask how long we've been doing it this way and what's the process to understand. Is there maybe something else that we could do, or was there maybe something else that we didn't do that we may start being innovative and looking? We talked about AI earlier. Maybe we talk about getting a consultant in I think in the technology. I don't want to spend no consultant money, because I believe that this could, with the right team, that this could be handled right here in house. But my point is, we have to get a handle on our needs versus wants in terms of making it conducive for our kids to learn in this district and being able to have all our buildings to be functioning so that the learning process can help. Because kids being hot in that class yesterday, they were very antsy. The staff was catching hell because it was hot in there, and the kids it was hard for them. So we can't continue going out and seeing that. We can't continue to be able to say, well, I can't tell a parent don't want me to. Realistically, a parent don't want to hear Mrs. Smith telling them, well, Walmart is dealing with that. Mrs. Smith, I don't care about Walmart. I care about my building. I care about my child in the school building, and I'm a taxpayer. That's what the parent is telling me.
Oh, 100%.
So
we agree.
I'm just being transparent.
We're on the same page completely. One classroom down is one classroom too many. But all this conversation is what we're going to have at the operations committee next time. So I invite you to come to the next operations committee, where we're going to be presenting on HVAC and what we're doing and what's going on.
Yeah, give Ingrid answer. Ms. Boatwright?
No.
Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I've got an echo.
No.
Okay.
You don't have
I'll
one
try
here.
to ignore it. All right. So basically what I want to talk about is the process in terms of, we have done it differently. When I was the chair was the year the facilities assessment came out. And we had a lot of conversations about getting that more in line with what I kind of would think a district our size would do. These 40 pages Excel spreadsheets with $10,000 to repair a curtain at a middle school, and $7,000 for benches at this elementary school. I don't need that level of detail, and truthfully, I don't want that level of detail. I think that is overwhelming. What I have looked at other school districts and what we tried to implement when I was chair and the facilities assessment came out was more of a higher level, right, policy driven approach to this process. And everybody pretty much seemed happy with that. Not everybody, obviously, but then next time around, we went right back to this old way of doing things. So my suggestions are, what I think we need to be looking at is, I love the new disciplines and sub-disciplines, because we can actually start tracking that better. That should map to our facilities assessment. So right now, I can't remember, Tom, I know there's like mechanical and casing, there's different categories in the facilities assessment. And we should be getting updates to the facility assessment, because that whole document, the whole point of that was to create a database over time that said, this school has these many HVAC units or furniture or roofing that need to be replaced this year. We anticipate replacing this next year. That is what I see other large districts like ours doing, is basing this all on the facilities assessment, having sort of a 10-year out plan, knowing that you can adjust at different times. And it's more, I don't want to see all the broken down into every little piece. And now we're back to doing that. And you've got 11 people looking at all these line items. And am I still connected?
Yep.
Okay, because I was just I heard things falling off, and I thought I'm just talking to nobody. I think it takes up a lot of time and energy. And really, what I would like to have is that Robert and Carol come to the board and say, we're going to need, 1.5 million for roofing. We're going to need, $700,000 for casings. Like, you guys figure it out. And we vote on that, and we can maybe make some adjustments. Like, okay, we need to put more. I know we talked about putting a lot of emphasis on roofing this time around, or more emphasis on HVAC. So the other thing I don't like about this process where we have these huge spreadsheets is you guys have everything under like academic support. So it was like, I don't know, $15,000 for a concrete pad for academic support. Like, the data has to mean something, or it's just a waste of everyone's time. If everything's academic support, then you can't really tell what's going on. We also had digital marquee signs under equity. And there's just no, we need to have a better system of actually labeling the data. And then you look at each year what the facilities assessment has lined up, and you start from there and then make adjustments. And once you guys have fixed things, you go in and adjust the facilities assessment, and that comes back to the board in 6 months or a year. So that was my complaint, is I thought we were moving more towards a modern, contemporary, data-driven approach, and all of a sudden we're back to this overwhelming micromanagement spreadsheet. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but that was sort of why I wanted to continue to talk about it.
Okay. Dallas?
Excuse me. First of all, I need to congratulate you on some of the efforts that I've seen you expend to really bring the maintenance and sustainability of our buildings forward. I've seen some of the advances and improvements that you've also executed. One of the challenges is that you can start at a high level, as you've shown in one of your forms there. It's pretty high level, but people are always going to ask for more specific detail. So that's the conundrum that you're faced with. So maybe you keep both, but you start out and talk to the high level one. Don't show that other one, more detailed one. See how many of us board members raise our hands and say, I'd like to see more detail. If you got more than 6, then you'll know that that's predominant will of the board. But you at least start out at a very high level, and we can always learn from you. So that's one thing. And then the other point I'd like to share very briefly is I was at the SIC meeting yesterday, and it was announced that a new stream of water had developed in that particular school that was coming from the ceiling, and the floor was bubbling up, and that had just happened over 2 days. So that's something you could not have planned for. No one knew about it, but all of a sudden it rises to the top because they can't use the gym. So I think to keep in mind that some of those unforeseen circumstances occur, but I will start at a high level to the extent that you can keep the conversation at that high level. And then if board members or superintendent or whomever says, I need to see a little bit more, then drill down. That may make it more efficient for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To me, I liken it to traffic. You can try to get from Hilton Head to Beaufort, and you get tired of people having accidents. You can't go to the sheriff and say, hey, I need you to have less accidents because I need to get to work. You can't do that. Things break. We do our best. We do our best. They do their best, and I believe their best is really good. I really the effort is there. When we look at the reason things break, it's not because we're not doing the preventative maintenance. We are. Things break. And we're not a unique situation where we're the only school district or the only corporation that is dealing with HVAC. I get it, but I agree. One classroom is too many. But if we were at fault because we weren't doing preventative maintenance, if we were at fault because of lack of accountability, lack of planning, which we are not. Is it unfortunate? Absolutely. Are we reacting to it as quickly as we can? I think we are, maybe we can make that process more efficient. I don't know. But we're reacting to these problems as they happen. When it comes to deciding where we spend the money, I think the life and shoots and ladders is very, very applicable. Life throws us curveballs, which I just discussed, but the shoots and ladders comes when we compile these lists and we decide, okay, this is what the facilities assessments, we ask these people, we're asking professionals, we're asking where the rubber meets the road, we're asking the principals, what's important to you? We're gathering all this input, and then quite frankly, and I don't mean to offend anybody, then the school board gets involved. Well, I want this. I think we need to spend money here. And there's where the shoots and ladders starts. Okay, well, we had this plan. Now we're going to go take 3 steps back because now the school board member says we need to do this instead. I agree with Ms. Boatwright. There was a process that should start at a very high level. We start at that high level. We trust the people that we hire to do the job. And say, okay, after everything, after all the data's collected, it's all computed, it's all crunched, then we start there. That instead of and we trust the people that we hire to do the job and say, okay, if you say we need to replace roofs, we need to replace roofs. You say we need to replace this HVAC, then we replace that one. And then there is always going to be more need than money. Always. And I don't know what the workaround to that is. I don't know that there is one, other than the process that we have now. And the process always becomes friction when we have opinions get into line items, always, which is where all the issue comes from, that I think. But I think operations is doing a bang up job. I think they're planning to the best of their ability. We're taking care of the preventative maintenance. And when things happen, they're reacting as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. They are. Operations is doing a heck of a job. I was thinking about the 36 schools and this district building and God knows what else they have to take care of. But when you look at the line items and we're talking about 8% money, in dollars and cents, how much money is that approximately?
Well, like I was just saying, I know that we track it over 5 years. I don't remember the 5-year number. Do you know it off the top of your head? Oh, Carol may have it with her.
The reason I ask is because
Last year, this past year,
Mhm.
we just approved just under $35 million. And
Okay.
the year before that, we approved right at $43 million.
How much are we tracking?
How much are we tracking going forward? Total, that big circle bubble, big list of projects is about $380 million right now. And that doesn't have all that accounts for some new schools that we foresee in the future, some that we need for replacement, but not all of it.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a big,
That's
why
a
I'm
that's
talking about that big list of projects.
yes.
And like Dr. Rodriguez said, $980 million was identified by the community committee.
Absolutely.
We only did $437 million worth of projects. So that need is still out there.
Which means we still have about $400 million worth of projects that we need to take care of. My kudos to you guys, really. When you do look at the spreadsheets and the circles and the all of the tables and chairs and roofs and HVACs, that is a lot of tracking and numbers. And like he said, we're depending on you guys to tell us what we need, how much it's going to cost to get it there, and that it gets done. But I am concerned about the children that Will said he visited and that classroom, and it was hot. He didn't identify the school, but I'm concerned that, like you said, one school is too many. So if we have a school that our kids are entering in every day, I mean, it's freezing in here, guys. I don't know about y'all, but I'm freezing. And they are entering a classroom for 7.5, 8 hours a day. And they have an HVAC problem. Then we have a problem. We may not be able to fix everything, but we can fix something. And I would really like for him to tell you guys, even after this meeting, which school he attended, where the HVAC wasn't working. The other thing is, I know you can't fix everything, but you are doing a great job of trying to fix everything, or at least catching those items that you can. So I look forward to the operations meeting next week, where we can talk more in depth.
Week after next, I think it is. It's 2 weeks.
The next, I
think
gotta
so.
wait another week.
I think so. Yes, ma'am.
That's fine. So maybe that will be taken care of by then. But I think Boatwright is correct. My vision isn't like it used to be. So I'm looking at the monitor there, and I just see lines of blue. You know, I know there's something written in them, but I can't read all the things that you guys are doing. And I feel remiss about that, because I should be able to thank you for everything that you do. And knowing that there are things that we need to take care of. But knowing that it's going to be taken care of. And I think of our principals, that they know that it's going to be taken care of, that they can convey that to the parents. And I know parents don't want to hear AC's not working. They don't want to hear that we don't have we're not there yet for that project. This came up or that came up. But at least we can support you in knowing that these things are coming to be taken care of. So thank you. And I can't, like I said, I can't read what's up there. But I look forward to 2 weeks you've been able. Thank you.
Let me start out by saying, this current, this current process Mrs. Boatwright talked about, we at one point we did that and it didn't work out good. That's why we reverted back to this. And I remember her telling Mr. Victor Ney about that. That's the process she wanted him to do when we first started this process. And at that point, he did not agree with that, and he said that, from his understanding, was the reason why we kept this process. So I just want to, sometimes we forget things, or we get, I won't say amnesia, but sometimes we don't remember things. But I just want to bring that back to our remembrance. And with that being said, in terms of when I read the handout, when it says when it speaks about the public process of transparency, more transparency, what happens is they create that big book that Colonel Guy showed, is because that shows every single need, and some of this information right here, or not some of it, all this information right here that's on these list is in the book. So it shows the community not a snapshot, but a realistic shot of what we as a district need. See, some people take it personal. It's not about taking it personal. It's about facts and the meat. From here on out, I'm telling you, you're going to find me in the results section of everything. I'm going to be in the results section. So what that did was that gives results. So we can't say on one hand, we want the results, and on the other hand, we don't want to help make tough decisions when it's time, because that's what we sign up for. We sign up to make tough decisions, and decisions where, look, if we need more money, then this board, look, that's our job to figure out to some degree how we create and what method we take and what options we have to get the money if we need it. Now, I'm not going to be there, so I'm going to leave that right there. Where's that? Secondly, within the last 2 or 3 years, and I remember David Scribbinger, we talked about this year after year. We said, oh yeah, well, we have these needs, or the 8% money. The 8% money, the goalposts have moved for the last couple of years. So let's not forget that. So we have increased, because somewhere along the line we've seen that, hey, we may need more money to get some more things done. but also we have to be cognizant of what we're really and be intentional about our needs versus our wants. That's facts. So we have moved the goalposts. And my question is, and by saying that, what are you saying? We have to be intentional and careful upon how we keep moving the goalposts, because a couple years ago they said we built the whole school out of 8% out of 8% money, and now we're catching hell behind things that happened with that school. Okay, so here I'm asking again. So if we move the goalpost to do more on our facilities and 8% money, then there's a couple things that spells out to me. What was done the 10 years prior to when the goalpost wasn't moved, then that's what's not be doing right now at this point. Point blank period. That's facts. Now leave that right there. Lastly, I had some colleagues saying, I heard my colleagues saying, well, they're doing a good job, and I appreciate that. I appreciate them doing a good job. I appreciate that. But my question is, I'm looking for the facts in the meat, because today I was not given meat to go back out there and say, hey, look, this is where we're doing it. This is how we're doing the building necessities, and this is how we're monitoring. This is the monitoring tool that we're using, and we're doing it month to month, or we're doing it 6 months or at a time. I'm looking for the facts, and today I'm gonna be truthful. We know everybody say, oh yeah, we did a good job, but where's the facts that stand by that say, hey, look here, you wanna know what we've been doing? This ain't, hey, I won't say a task analysis, but hey, this is the process, and this is how we've been doing it, and this is what we've done currently to now, and this is how we've gotten where we are. We have to have facts. When I go out there and speak to people, if I have the facts and I'm comfortable with doing it, then I can tell them when they bring those issues as what I'm presenting. And I mean, I know that people may not be happy, but I'm looking for the facts that is the driving force to say, this is how we've been doing it, and this is what we're doing based upon that book, based upon staying focused, based upon this is what we have done on that list, and this is how we spend our funding in terms of this is how we're here where we're here. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
I think we're ready to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got some good information from you. Next item on the agenda is the 2025-26 annual work plan.
In front of you, you have the annual work plan that board approves every year in order for us to move forward. There's, I know, at least one adjustment on the timing. There are certain things, as we always say, that remain at certain times because it's when information is available at certain times throughout the year. It's in the cycle of when they are available. But I believe OE18 was moved to February. And that just was able to happen and space out some of the work. But that's the annual work plan on when we're gonna work to get information to the board. So we would need a motion to approve the annual work plan, and then a board vote on it.
Motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair and Board, I move that the Board of Education approve the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual work plan with the edit that has been noted for OE18, food and nutrition.
Second by Dr. Carr. Discussion. Hands up. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nothing opposed. How about Ms. Hay? Yeah, I don't see. On there.
On there, but she's still muted.
She's muted. Okay, the motion carries. Okay. Last item is the letter to Chair of the South Carolina Board of Education, response to the letter that they sent to us, which you all have had. I would like to read the letter as it's drafted. and ask edits or questions or things you want to change. And pen and ink them in and as corrected or as edited, we can get that thing out, get them and meet our suspense at state board. I'm going to read it mostly for the public. They understand, part of the public record. Dear Chairperson Allison, thank you for continuing dialogue regarding review of instructional materials in relation to the appeals stemming from our committee review process undertaken from 2022 through 2023. We also appreciate your accepting our request in reviewing 15 materials submitted to us as appeals to those original decisions made by our board to return the items to school appropriate circulation. As you mentioned, these are complex and sensitive issues surrounding this entire process, and it is often difficult to come to consensus in a board setting. That said, we recognize your right to receive these submissions and your subsequent choice based on language in the regulation to send them back to us at the local level. We conducted a review of 96 books in an 18-month period based on the state process for instructional material review at the time. In fact, we added an additional member to the review board, a randomly selected volunteer community member. The district purchased a copy of the reviewed book and presented it to each community member. The members were given more than 2 weeks to completely read the book and to be prepared to discuss the merits of the book in their assigned group in a book review process. At the end of the discussion, the group was presented with an evaluation rubric, and each member's vote was tallied. Each recommendation was the result of a committee's majority vote. The consequences of this process was a recommended 91 book replacement in appropriate school library and a 5-book district-wide banishment. The committee recommendation of each of the 96 books was presented to the full board in open session. In all cases, the committee's recommendations were accepted by the school board in public session by majority vote. The two parties who initiated the 96 book reviews challenged each of the 91 books that were retained by the committees to the school board, and those challenges were disapproved. This was an expensive, labor-intensive process for school teachers, librarians, administrators, staff, parents, and community members. The decisions of the committees and the board's upholding of those decisions took into consideration the material's overall literary value, not just isolated passages like the criteria in the current state board regulation. Board's decisions were made after dozens of public comments at numerous board meetings. The complainant made a number of appearances, but her requests to ban these books were overwhelmed by at least a 10-to-1 ratio by those who spoke out against book bans. All these inputs provided by the public comment period of board meetings are, we believe, consistent with the public hearing section of 43-170. However, on August 22nd, the Beaufort County School District Board conducted another public hearing. At that hearing, each board member was given a copy of the results from the 22-23 Beaufort County School District's Book Review Committee's results for each book. Board members were also provided with a copy of the objection to each book that Mrs. Salai provided to the state board. Mrs. Salai was then given the opportunity to address the board on her objection to each book. When she finished her comments after the first book on the list, citizens who wished to make comments about the book were given 3 minutes to do so. In the interest of time, 3 minutes were given to a citizen who supported Ms. Salai's views, and 3 minutes were given to a citizen who opposed her views. After these 3 people spoke to the board members were allowed to provide their views about the book. The process was continued for each of the remaining 8 books. After all the books were reviewed under this process, the board voted on the disposition of the books with the following intent. The Board of Education made the motion to place all 9 books presented today in the restricted category, which honors the parental authority and consent to govern their children. This motion passed 9-2. This comes with a caveat and hopefully the agreeable option for all parties that these 9 titles will be placed in a restricted section of the library. Minor students will be required to submit to a librarian a signed parental permission form before these books can be checked out. 6 of the 15 titles were already removed from circulation due to a previous policy of books being removed from circulation due to age and low circulation. Thank you again for your collaborative efforts in navigating these issues as we try to collectively serve students in the Beaufort County School District. Fine. Oh, comments?
On page 2, at the bottom of the paragraph, eliminate the word of. After the board's decision were made after of dozens of public comments. The word of doesn't fit.
After these inputs provided by the public, period.
The last sentence.
Last sentence, first paragraph. Last sentence, first paragraph.
Made after dozens.
After dozens, not another of. Got that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only one I found.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Because I got a bunch.
Okay.
Number one, as I mentioned in the past, in public comments, we do not have the authority to ban anything. To ban something makes it illegal to possess, own, or distribute. So I request that anything that says banishment or ban, we change to removal. Remove.
Okay.
And then also in the
Let's find those first.
okay, it's in 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph. Second to last sentence, in appropriate school library, a 5 district-wide banishment. Removal. District-wide removal. Yep.
District-wide removal.
Page 2, second paragraph.
Wait a minute. Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Banishment removal.
Okay.
Okay.
Page 2, second paragraph.
Yep.
Complainant made a number of appearances and her request to remove.
Spoke up against. Sorry.
Yep.
Yep. Second paragraph.
Second paragraph, first sentence. Complainant made a number of appearances, but her request to remove these books were overwhelmed.
Not ban.
Correct.
Got it.
And then the last sentence, or the last word of that sentence. Removal. Yep. Removals.
Book removals. Okay.
Also in the paragraph that begins, however, on August 22nd.
Yeah.
I believe that we should remove any particular individual's name. I think it's petty to include her name and single her out. I believe that she represents, it may be a small minority, but she represents a part of the community, and it's not just her making these complaints. I think she's making these, bringing these things forward on behalf of people that think like her. And I think her reference to her specifically needs to be taken out of the verbiage at all. It should be referred to a complainant was made, a complainant.
Fine.
It also, in my opinion, it also makes it appear like we agree with the opposition that are trying to vilify her, and I don't agree with that.
That to complain.
Complainant.
Plaintiff.
Yes, and then so something we might have to reword some of those sentences. Yeah.
Okay.
Supported.
Yeah.
Complainants view.
Yes.
Yep.
There's another one above that as well, whenever you're done with that sentence.
Yeah.
The complainant was given the opportunity.
Yeah, the complainant. That-
And honestly, I don't know if you want to put in parentheses an S, because I recall in the beginning of all of this, there were multiples coming to meetings. It wasn't just her.
Yeah.
In this case.
So yes, thank you. The S, but backspace.
Yeah. But yeah, in this particular case.
Correct.
Yeah.
So take the S or take the S out.
Complainant. Yeah, I think it's singular. And then my final comment is there's nothing in the letter about how we're going to handle future challenges. This is only what we've done for this group of challenges. Are we going to follow the same pattern? Because we're going to get more books challenged. I guarantee it.
Or do we say
And
that
if we're
we
going
would
to write back to
follow?
if we're going to write back to the state school board and say, you challenged us to do this, here's how we're handling it now, and this is how we're going to handle it in the future, I think would be prudent.
Or until we hear otherwise by your guidance.
Yeah. Or that, yes. I think, yes,
Yeah,
agreed.
Okay, that should be probably the last sentence of that paragraph here.
Thank you again for your collaborative.
After 16, I've already been removed from the previous policy. Age and low circulation. Then add that sentence after the end of that. Can you say the sentence again, please?
Moving forward, we will handle.
Moving forward.
We'll handle future challenges in a similar manner.
We will handle future challenges in a similar manner. Got that? Perfect. That's a good catch.
Oh, unless there's other guidance.
I'd add unless instructed otherwise with verbiage about from the state.
Unless
instructed otherwise.
less instructed.
In a similar manner, less
Instructed.
Moving forward, we will handle future challenges in a similar manner unless instructed otherwise.
Yes.
Do you want to add by the State Board of Education or South Carolina State Board of Education?
It's already going to them. I don't think it's like that.
Read this and I have to read this. Moving forward, we will handle future challenges in a similar fashion unless instructed otherwise.
Okay. The other? Okay. Right now, we'll capture all this. Let's get it all done and make sure that we got it before we get the motion to approve it sent out.
She says she can't read my writing, so I have to translate.
After dozens, I don't know about that. Request to remove these books. Right here.
Okay.
Book, removal, or removals. With the S, that's there. Right, that's there. I'm not, I'm sorry.
When the complainant finished their comments. Where? Right here. When the complainant finished their comments.
When the complaint.
When the complainant finished their comments.
Am I putting in the right place?
Yes, you're right.
Rebecca, come take a look.
Yeah. That's, she's got no response. When the complainant finished their comments about the first book of citizens, who wish to make comments about the book. Complainant. There. They're opposed to oppose their views. Their views, right? Yep. Opposite it, where you could, there you go, to the left.
There.
Yes, their views. Their views. After 3 people spoken for will be allowed to contact us and continue for each other in the of public process the board. And then we're back. Upset it. You sure? Probably minus this to be something like that. Yeah. Upset.
Otherwise,
Is that it?
bingo.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay.
So are we voting? The motion's been made.
The motion's been made.
Ready, right? The motion. Got it.
There's a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve the August 22nd, 2025 letter to the Chair of the South Carolina State Board of Education concerning instruction materials.
Second. Second by Mr. Nay. Any discussion?
No changes here in the motion, changes in the document.
So Dr.
Yeah. The document she posted up there now.
You want us to read the whole letter again?
No, just for you, me.
Okay. Right? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Ms. Hay?
Hey, I.
Motion carries.
Leah.
Mr. Smith?
Leah was on.
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith was absent.
Okay.
Okay, we have,
Brady was absent.
we have completed the agenda. Unless there's objection, we will adjourn by unanimous consent.
No objection here, Colonel.
All right.
Well done. Good meeting. All right, that accomplished.
Yes.
Okay.
Recording stopped.